Chapter 559. Before entering the private room, Ling Xiao thought about the people who might be in the private room. Other than the people from the Feng clan, there were no other forces in the Wind capital that knew of his whereabouts. Therefore, he felt that it might be Ji Beixin or Feng Yaxin inside. Other than these two women, he couldn't think of anyone else who would have reserved a private room in advance. However, the moment he stepped into the private room, his expression became incomparably shocked. He saw an unexpected figure. A face that he hadn't seen for a long time had a harmonious smile on it. In Ling Xiao's eyes, it looked incomparably wretched. He held a white paper fan in his hand and waved it lightly, revealing an elegant and handsome temperament. "Brother Ling, how have you been?" The man closed his white paper fan and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. "Damn, why are you here?" Ling Xiao cried out in surprise, then walked over and gave the man a heavy punch. Who else could this man be other than the Xianxia that he hadn't seen for a long time? Ling Xiao didn't expect to run into Xianxia here. He was overjoyed at the turn of events. "Brother Ling, since you call me a fraud, of course I guess that you miss me now. So I appeared," Xianxia replied with a faint smile. Ling Xiao was startled for a moment. Then he put his arm around Xianxiao's shoulder and laughed. "Haha, a fraud is indeed a fraud. This young master really missed you." That's right, Ling Xiao did miss Xianxia. But don't misunderstand, he wasn't the kind of glass who liked men. He only hoped that he had someone by his side who could help him plan, and Xianxia was undoubtedly the person he trusted the most. Before this, he had long wanted Xianxia to be his strategist. However, after Xianxia left without saying goodbye in Gu City, Ling Xiao had never seen him again, and he didn't know where he was, so he didn't deliberately look for him. He didn't expect that when he really needed him, this guy would really appear. Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire Ling Xiao's ability to predict things. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao wanted to see Xianxia. Ling Xiao was determined to keep Xianxia by his side no matter what. He could not let this guy run away. With Xianxia by his side, it would be much easier for him to start his career. "Sit down first. The auction is about to begin," Xianxia reminded. At the same time, he gazed at Savage Leopard and said, "Congratulations on returning to the Emperor rank." Savage Leopard knew Xianxiao's identity and immediately nodded. "Thank you." Only now did Ling Xiao start to notice Xianxiao's strength. He hadn't expected that after 2 years, Xianxiao's strength would improve greatly, and he'd actually attained a high-level king rank cultivation. He still remembered that when he left Gu City, he'd only been able to break through to the low-level king rank by relying on Ling Xiao's medicinal pills. It's just that with his strength, how did he know that Savage Leopard had recovered to the Emperor rank? Even though Ling Xiao was puzzled, he trusted Xianxia completely, so he didn't ask. He knew that if Xianxia wanted him to know, then Xianxia would definitely tell him. If Xianxia didn't want him to know, then it didn't matter if he didn't say anything. This was the trust and friendship between brothers. After closing the door to the room, Ling Xiao released the group of people he'd brought with him from the cauldron. If he didn't let them experience such a large-scale auction, then it would go against Ling Xiao's original intention. Ling Xiao intended to nurture each of them into experts that could hold their own in order to prepare for the fight for the empire in the future. After the group appeared, Ling Xiao solemnly introduced Xianxia to the others and said, "This is my good brother and also our military advisor. In the future, when I'm not here, all of you have to listen to his guesses and orders. Understand?" Feng Xianyun, Kai Xiayue, and Poison Scorpion had seen Xianxia, but the others hadn't. They were all wondering, when did young master find such a young military advisor? Although they looked down on Xianxia, they absolutely didn't doubt Ling Xiao's words, so they collectively greeted Xianxia. "Greetings, military advisor." Xianxia glanced at the people in front of him and nodded lightly without any expression. Ling Xiao asked, "These are the people I've formed. I want to do something big in the central region. What do you think?" Xianxia kept him in suspense. "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Ling Xiao was a little unhappy and said, "Of course it's the truth. Is this young master someone who can't listen to others' words?" "They're too bad. Xianxia said, quite directly. Ling Xiao was stunned when he heard Xianxiao's words. He didn't expect Xianxiao to be so direct. The expressions of Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, and the others became slightly angry. Obviously, they were quite dissatisfied with Xianxiao's evaluation. I know you're not satisfied, but I don't have time to explain it to you now. I'll explain it to you after the auction is over. Think about it now, Xianxiao said and didn't say anything else. At this time, the seats of the auction were already full of people. The auction really began. As the Earth's sovereign stage auctioneer entered, everyone became quiet. After the auctioneer said a few words of opening remarks, the auction began. The first item to be auctioned was a low-rank water attribute spiritual weapon. The starting price was 100,000 Xian crystals, which was equivalent to the price of 1 million low-rank Xian crystals. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be speechless by this price. It had to be known that even the Purple Sky sect would have to think carefully before taking out such a wealth. Tangguada, who was at the side, couldn't help but feel his heart burn when he saw the spiritual weapon. He clenched his fists tightly and secretly made up his mind that he must strive to become a spiritual weapon master as soon as possible. At this time, Xianxiao's voice sounded, as everyone knows, alchemists and blacksmiths are the most honorable professions, so as long as one is a master of these two professions, it is completely easy to earn Xian crystals. When he said this, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Hua, Xiaogui, and Tangguada. The two of them seemed to have felt his gaze and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. An indescribable feeling arose in the hearts of the two of them. Of course, Ling Xiao saw this detail, and a faint smile hung on his face. It seemed that it was completely right for him to drag this fraud into the water. With a glance, he could see through the crux of the people around him. As one low-grade spiritual weapon after another appeared, the people in Ling Xiao's box felt that it was an eye-opener, and many of them were even more envious. They all knew that the power of the spiritual weapon could increase their combat strength, but the price of those spiritual weapons made them unable to breathe. Only now did they realize how poor they were in the Central Territory. The people below the auction kept bidding, and every low-grade spiritual weapon was sold for a high price of hundreds of thousands to more than 1 million mid-grade Xian crystals. Don't be jealous, as your current strength is indeed, as the military advisor said. Relying too much on external objects will only make you feel dependent, which is not a good thing for your advancement, said Ling Xiao. Suddenly, he paused for a moment, and then said, whichever of you can break through to the Earth Emperor's stage the fastest, I will give him the spiritual weapon first. When everyone heard Ling Xiao's words, all of them were extremely excited. The strength of the group had long been raised to the mid-stage king stage by Ling Xiao using elixirs, and they had also taken the 10,000-year stone emulsion, so the meridians in their bodies had been reforged, so their cultivation tenbin had greatly improved, and they weren't inferior to ordinary geniuses. Moreover, they had Ling Xiao's spiritual herbs that were suitable for their cultivation, and the key was that they had enough time to cultivate, so it wouldn't be difficult for them to break through to the Earth Emperor stage. Time passed very quickly, and the first round of the spiritual weapon auction had also come to an end. The auctioneer softly said, the next item for auction is a mid-7th grade spiritual weapon, the Mother-Child Twin Swords. As his voice sounded, 2 women in revealing clothes walked out with a square tray. The auctioneer gently lifted the red cloth on the tray, and a brilliant light instantly bloomed. The light flickered with a bright green light, and it illuminated the large auction house. The silhouettes of 2 strange beasts, one large and one small, were constantly moving about, looking very ferocious and frightening. The Mother-Child Twin Swords were 2 green high-grade spiritual weapons, one long and one short. Whether it was the hilt or the blade, they were extremely gorgeous and beautiful, and the aura they exuded was truly terrifying. For martial artists who knew how to use dual swords, they could definitely be called divine weapons. But for any sect, this pair of high-grade spiritual weapons was very suitable to be used as the sect's guardian spiritual weapons. Although low-grade spiritual weapons were relatively easy to see in the Central Territory, high-grade spiritual weapons were extremely rare. When the mother-child twin swords appeared, there was a commotion in the auction house. The mother-child twin swords are one of the peak masterpieces of a high-grade spiritual weapon master, Master Luo Ku. Happy to be willing to auction this pair of spiritual weapons. That's right. A few years ago, someone offered 100,000 high-grade mysterious crystals, but he still couldn't sell it. You guys don't know, but Master Luo Ku entered the Death Soul Mountain a few months ago and hasn't appeared since. Now that his mother-child twin swords have appeared here, I'm afraid he's already dead. What Master Luo Ku entered the Death Soul Mountain? Could it be that he had no choice but to take the risk to break through to the Emperor stage? No matter what the reason is, I'm taking this mother-child twin swords. There is a lot of discussion in the seats of the auction. At this moment, Xianxia explained, Luo Ku is a genius refiner. He doesn't belong to any power, but he's a distinguished guest that many powers want to rope in. He reached the quasi-emperor stage many years ago, but he was unable to break through to the emperor stage. He had no choice but to enter the Death Soul Mountain, hoping to gain enlightenment between life and death, but it seems that he's done for. Even a quasi-emperor has fallen. Everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cold air. The savage leopard said, near the Death Soul Mountain in the North Water region. That's right, it's that dangerous place. Even an emperor stage powerhouse doesn't dare to rashly enter. It seems like Master Luo Ku had no choice but to enter. What a pity, Xianxia replied. When the savage leopard heard this, a trace of excitement flashed through his eyes. At this moment, the auctioneer in the hall had already announced the starting price of the mother-child twin swords to 50,000 high-grade mysterious crystals, which was equivalent to 5 million mid-grade mysterious crystals. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. This price wasn't something that an ordinary person could afford. Only those forces above the 6th grade would have such financial resources. Feng Xianyun, who rarely spoke, said to Ling Xiao, Xiao, I want this mother-child twin swords. Ling Xiao looked at Feng Xianyun in astonishment, but he still nodded and said, no problem, even if it's the moon in the sky. I'll pluck it for you. Chapter 560. Although Ling Xiao had been married to Feng Xianyun for a few years, he had never seen her use any weapons. Now that she was interested in the twin swords, Ling Xiao would naturally do his best to help her bid for them. However, the price of this pair of swords was frighteningly high. Although he had plundered a lot of wealth over the years, facing such a high price and facing so many competitors, he was somewhat at a loss. In the past, he had thought that he was a very rich person, but after coming here, he realized that he was truly a frog in a well. However, he had already promised Feng Xianyun, so he would not disappoint her. Even if I have to smash an iron pot, I have to get it, Ling Xiao said as he clenched his fists. At the same time, he checked the Xian crystals in his spatial ring. He still had nearly 100 million low-grade Xian crystals, more than 2 million mid-grade Xian crystals, and only a mere 250,000 high-grade Xian crystals. A large portion of these Xian crystals had been looted by the heavy sword sect back then, and a small portion had been obtained from killing people over the years. After the auctioneer revealed the base price, the price of the twin swords rose steadily. The price quickly rose to 100,000 high-grade Xian crystals. At this price, many people could only look at it and sigh. At this moment, a loud and clear voice called out, I bid 110,000 high-grade Xian crystals. This one has recovered. Please give me some face, I want this pair of swords. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man. He stayed in a corner and looked unassuming, but his strength had already reached the level of a high-level Empyrean. So it's Lord Kong, one of the most powerful rogue cultivators in our area. It is said that when he was young, he mistakenly entered a secret realm and his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, there are many forces that want him to become a guardian elder. Unfortunately, his ambition is too great. He wanted to enter the Feng clan to become a guardian elder, but they didn't even look at him and chased him out. Recovery uses 2 swords. It seems like he is determined to get this pair of swords. He's just one person. There are many people here who won't give him face. What's the big deal about recovering? Our Skyfire sect will pay 120,000 upper-grade mysterious crystals. An arrogant voice came from one of the boxes. After recovering, his face alternated between red and white. He immediately shouted, "I'll pay 130,000 high-grade mysterious crystals." Following that, a few more private rooms called out corresponding bids. Soon, the mother and child swords had reached a high price of 200,000 mysterious crystals of upper level. Our Green Mountain sect offers 210,000 top-grade mysterious crystals. A young man's voice came out from one of the private rooms. As the voice faded, everyone else quieted down, as if no one else dared to continue bidding. The Green Mountain sect is one of the most powerful fourth-level sects affiliated to the Feng clan. They have a martial emperor in their sect and are many times more powerful than a sixth-level sect like the Tranquil Fire sect, Xianxia said lightly. A fourth-grade sect. No wonder he could intimidate so many people, sighed Ling Xiao. A fourth-level sect was considered one of the most powerful sects in the central region. A sect like this deserved the title of fourth level only because it had a martial emperor in its ranks. However, Ling Xiao was determined to get the mother and child swords. As the auctioneer waited for the second bid, Ling Xiao joined the bidding. 220,000 upper-grade mysterious crystals. Ling Xiao called out slowly. The expressions on the faces of the people present froze. They didn't expect someone to join the bidding. Was it someone from the Feng clan? However, the Feng clan had always been in the number one box, and the voice obviously didn't come from there. It was obvious that the speaker wasn't from the Feng clan. In the area governed by the Feng clan, there were two other sects who could compete with the Green Mountain sect. However, they also had their own private rooms, so it was obvious that they weren't the ones bidding. A young man in the luxurious green clothing in the number 3 box showed a hint of anger in his fierce eyes when he heard Ling Xiao's bid. "Elder Wei, how many mysterious crystals of upper grade have you brought with you this time?" The young man asked the old man behind him. The old man replied, "About 600,000, but the sect master has instructed us to use it to compete for the treasure later. So we can't use more than 300,000 mysterious crystals of upper grade." I know what I'm doing," Nian Qing replied softly. Then he called out the price loudly. 230,000 mysterious crystals of upper grade. 240,000 mysterious crystals of upper grade. 250,000 mysterious crystals of upper grade. Hearing this number, Ling Xiao complained inwardly. He only had 250,000 mysterious crystals of upper grade, so adding the price would be beyond his expectation. However, Ling Xiao was a man who cared about his reputation, and he couldn't afford to lose face in front of his woman. He called out the price again. 250,000 mysterious crystals of upper grade and 1 million mysterious crystals of mid-grade. His number was equivalent to 260,000 high-grade, profound crystals. The young man in room number 3 sneered and said, he even called for mid-grade, profound crystals. It seems like he has run out of money. Immediately after, the young man called out another price of 270,000 high-grade, profound crystals, and Ling Xiao barely added another 1 million mid-grade, profound crystals. In Ling Xiao's box, everyone could guess that their young master's financial resources were about to run out. However, they were also shocked that Ling Xiao had such a strong financial resources. At this time, Kai Shiyue gave Feng Xianyan a look as if she wanted her to stop Ling Xiao from continuing to bid. Ling Xiao's financial resources had definitely run out, and she didn't want Ling Xiao to lose everything for this high-grade spirit artifact. At this time, room number 3 had already called out the price to 290,000 high-grade, profound crystals. Ling Xiao said unwillingly to Xianxia, "Fraud, do you have any profound crystals? Lend me some first." However, before Xianxia could say anything, Feng Xianyan called out, 300,000 high-grade, profound crystals. This time, Ling Xiao was a bit stunned. He didn't expect Feng Xianyan to be so persistent about the mother and child swords. Kai Xia, who was beside him, Try to persuade her, Sister Yin, we don't have that many profound crystals. I think we should forget about it. If the auction was successful and they didn't have enough profound crystals to pay, they would have to pay in blood. Don't worry, 300,000 it is. Your husband, can still afford it. Ling Xiao braced himself and said. He touched the space ring and thought to himself, it seems that I have to take out even the top-grade fire mysterious crystal. The young man in room number 3 showed an angry expression and scolded in a low voice. Bastard, who the hell is in room number 8? How dare he bid with our Green Mountain sect? He really doesn't know what's good for him. The old man behind him said, I sensed a lot of energy there, but their cultivation is not very high. I think there are some outsiders. Forget it, old way. Lend me 20,000 high-grade, profound crystals. I must get the mother and child swords, the young man said while gritting his teeth. Later, the man in room number 3 continued to bid, but Feng Xianyun didn't give in. In the end, the mother and child swords were successfully auctioned by Feng Xianyun at the price of 350,000 high-grade, profound crystals. Ling Zhao's expression became a bit unsightly. This number was far beyond his financial resources. Although he still had a lot of precious collections, it was too late to sell them now. He could only place his hopes on Xianyao and see if he could help him a little. He had always felt that this god rod was a little mysterious, so he should have a lot of treasures. Xianyao didn't respond again, but Feng Xianyun pulled Ling Zhao's hand and said, Xiao, I have these 300,000 high-grade, profound crystals myself. Ling Xiao hadn't come back to his senses yet, so he said, Don't worry, I will beat them up no matter what. He paused and looked at Feng Xianyun. Yuner, you said you have 300,000 high-grade, profound crystals? The others also looked at Feng Xianyun in surprise. Feng Xianyun nodded and said, Yes, before I left Goose City, Grandfather gave me a lot of profound crystals. I think it should be enough. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ling Xiao complained, then curled his lips and said, Grandfather is really biased. He actually gave you so many profound crystals, but didn't give me anything. It's obvious that he doesn't even put me, his grandson-in-law, in his eyes. Of course, Ling Xiao was just saying it, but he was actually very happy in his heart. Didn't Feng Xianyun's profound crystal mean that it was his profound crystal? As long as he asked, Feng Xianyun would obediently take it out for him. After all, they were husband and wife. After the mother and child swords were auctioned off, the next auction was for exotic flowers and herbs. Stalks of 5th and 6th stage spirit herbs appeared one after another, dazzling everyone and making them extremely excited. After all, spirit herbs were extremely tempting to any warrior. Hua Xiaowei also exclaimed in excitement, Oh my God, how many high-level pills can these high-level spirit herbs refine? Ling Xiao hit him and said, This is none of your business. Let's talk about it when you become a high-level alchemist. A high-level 6th stage black jasmine vine. The starting price is 250,000 middle-grade profound crystals. Each bid must not be lower than 10,000, the auctioneer shouted. In the private room, the savage leopard was slightly excited and said to Ling Xiao, Young master, I need this black jasmine vine. Black jasmine vine, a high-level dark attribute spirit herb, was extremely precious to dark attribute warriors. Although the savage leopard had already reached the emperor stage, and normal spirit herbs were no longer of much use to him, this black jasmine vine was something he desperately needed. Reaching the emperor stage, apart from the accumulation of power, the most important thing was one's comprehension of heaven and earth. Not only could this black jasmine vine increase the energy of dark attribute warriors, it could also increase the perception of dark attribute warriors. Although this effect was more effective for warriors below the Sky Sovereign stage, the savage leopard had just returned to the Emperor's stage, so he naturally wanted to recover his peak strength as soon as possible. As for the savage leopard's request, Ling Xiao naturally would not refuse. The savage leopard was no longer restricted by him. Although it was still his servant, to win the heart of a loyal servant, he still needed to give it a lot of benefits. There were much fewer people who cultivated the dark attribute compared to the 5 elements. Ling Xiao originally thought that he could easily take down this black jasmine vine, and it was useless for warriors of other attributes to come. However, the result was out of his expectations. There were actually quite a few people competing, and the price soared rapidly, from 250,000 middle-grade profound crystals to 450,000 middle-grade profound crystals. This number did not seem to have reached its peak. Xianxia saw Ling Xiao's doubt and explained from the side, dark attribute spirit herbs are relatively rare, and such a high-level one is even rarer. Naturally, there are many people bidding for it, and even if they don't need it, they can still resell it. Chapter 561. After a round of bidding, Ling Xiao paid 650,000 mid-grade Xian crystal for the black jasmine vine. This price could be used for 2 high-grade spirit herbs. However, Ling Xiao did not feel the slightest heartache. Just like what Xianxia said, this kind of dark spirit herb was rare. Moreover, with the savage leopard strength, it was nothing to spend such a small amount of Xian crystals. At the same time, Ling Xiao thought that he had to find a way to get some Xian crystals. Otherwise, in the future, it would be bad if there were no Xian crystals to sell the good things he liked. Ling Xiao and the others did not participate in the following auctions of spirit herbs. There were many rare spirit herbs in his space. If they were not extremely rare or top-grade spirit herbs, Ling Xiao did not want to waste any more Xian crystals. Looking at those forces bidding nonstop, Hua Xiaogui could not help but exclaim, "The people of the central region are really rich. In the future, you will be richer than them." Xianxia said. Hua Xiaogui's face heated up. "Military advisor, you must be joking." "I'm not joking, because you followed a good boss," Xianxia said very seriously. Ling Xiao chuckled and did not say anything. In his opinion, Xianxia had already decided to take the position of military advisor, which made him very satisfied. Now, his team had begun to take shape. Once Yan Mingqi was rescued, it would be time for them to start building up their forces. After the spirit herbs were auctioned, there were some high-grade spirit pills, high-grade Xian skills, and some strange and peculiar items. These 4th to 5th grade spirit pills were extremely tempting to King Stage and Earth Emperor Stage experts, so all the forces participated in the auction. When the grade 6 spirit Zundan appeared, all the forces went crazy. One spirit Zundan was sold for 150,000 upper-rank mysterious crystals. Poison Scorpion, who had not broken through, was extremely fanatical, but he was too embarrassed to let his young master auction it for him. In his heart, he could only hope that his young master would take the initiative to auction it for him. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not move and seemed to have no interest in the spirit pill. There weren't many high-rank profound skills up for auction. There were only a few blue-rank profound skills and 2 red-rank profound skills. However, there were quite a number of strange items, including some materials needed for refining tools or top-grade lotions that could strengthen a cultivator's physique. Even a 10,000-year-old pearl could be seen being auctioned here. When the 2 10,000-year-old pearls appeared, the people from those forces went crazy. One of them was sold for 2 million mid-grade glazed crystals, while the other was sold for 3.5 million mid-grade glazed crystals. Ling Xiao thought to himself, "Wow, I didn't expect a 10,000-year-old pearl to fetch such a high price. I still have a lot of them in stock, and if I take them out to auction, I'll be able to make a killing." 10,000-year pearls were not so easy to find. The kind of shell that had grown for tens of thousands of years lived in the sea and rivers thousands of meters deep. Without the strength of an Empyrean, how could one dare to go deep into the sea or river with such high water pressure? Even if an Empyrean could go underwater, they would lose their character if they were careless when facing those high-level water attribute spirit beasts. Unless it was a water attribute supreme expert or above, they would occasionally go underwater to look for some water attribute spirit herbs. Other attribute martial artists would not take this risk. After all, his perception in the water was several times weaker than that on land. The reason why Ling Xiao was able to pick up such a big ping, it was entirely because of the existence of the 9-headed dragon snake. In addition, he had obtained the water concealing pearl, which was why he was able to reap such a great harvest underwater. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed, and the auction was nearing its end. No one left, because they all knew that the real finale was about to appear. The auctioneer cleared his throat and said, "Next up is the highlight of today's auction. There are a total of 3 items. I hope everyone can seize this opportunity. If you miss it, you won't have it again." At this point, he paused for a moment before saying in a clear voice, "The first item is the 8-leaf fire lotus." 8-leaf. 8-leaf fire lotus. Oh my God, this is a fire attribute treasure. Who would be so generous to take it out to auction? That person must be a madman. This is a treasure for sects below the 4th rank. Even a 4th rank sect might not necessarily have an 8-leaf fire lotus. No matter what price we have to pay, we must get this 8-leaf fire lotus. Yes, it's worth it no matter what price we have to pay. When the auctioneer announced the first item, the auction house was in an uproar. In the 8th box, Ling Xiao and the others were also puzzled. Xianxia seemed to be very knowledgeable and explained, "The 8-leaf flaming lotus is made by combining the core of an 8-leaf flaming lotus, an 8-leaf flaming lotus, an 8-leaf flaming lotus, an 8-leaf flaming lotus, and other rare items. Then, it was refined by at least 2 emperors to form a cultivation fire altar. It can quickly gather spiritual energy and increase a cultivator's perception. Anyone who cultivates in the fire element will be able to cultivate 10 times, or even dozens of times faster than others when cultivating on the 8-leaf flaming lotus. I really don't know who would spend so much money to auction such a rare item. That's right, this kind of thing is not easy to refine. The supplementary materials needed are all extremely rare. If you're not careful, it can easily be destroyed. As far as I know, only a few forces have such a rare cultivation altar." Cruel Leopard echoed from the side. "What a pity. I'm afraid the auction price of this kind of thing will be frighteningly high." Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. If he had enough money, he wouldn't mind participating in the competition. With this 8-leaf fire lotus, he could speed up the cultivation of the fire attribute people around him. However, just as everyone was waiting excitedly for the 8-leaf fire lotus to be taken out, the auctioneer spoke again. "Everyone, calm down. As we all know, the 8-leaf fire lotus is extremely precious, and no one will take it out to auction. Now, this auction is actually an incomplete 8-leaf fire lotus, but its embryonic form is still intact. As long as we find the core of the fire lotus, it can be used again." I knew it. Who would be willing to take out an 8-leaf fire lotus? It turns out it's an incomplete 8-leaf fire lotus. It's good that it's incomplete. Otherwise, others won't be able to afford it even if they go bankrupt. It's not easy to find the core of the fire lotus. If we can't find an 8-leaf fire lotus, it's quite good to find a 6-leaf or 7-leaf fire lotus. Let's see how much the auction price is first. Amidst the discussion of the crowd, the auctioneer announced the price of the incomplete 8-leaf fire lotus. The starting price was 300,000 top-grade mysterious crystals. This price was relatively not expensive. If it were a complete 8-leaf fire lotus, the auction price would be at least 10 times this price. Even so, this price still made many small sects and individuals hesitate. Only those big sects above the 5th level participated in the competition. The price kept rising, and soon it reached a shocking high price of 500,000. By now, the voices calling out the price were pitifully few. Only the number 3 and number 4 rooms continued to bid. In the end, the number 3 room won the bid for the incomplete 8-leaf fire lotus at the price of 580,000. In the number 3 room was an old man and a young man from the Green Mountain sect. They had come with a large sum of money for this 8-leaf fire lotus. The young man cheered excitedly. "We've finally completed the task. Our sect already has the core of the 7-leaf fire lotus. Now our Green Mountain sect has another treasure." "Not bad. Zimming, with your current strength, after the 8-leaf fire lotus is repaired, you will be qualified to enjoy it," the old man behind the young man said. "Elder Wei is right. Besides the big brothers before me, I, Zhang Zimming, am the most qualified," the young man said confidently. As the two people in the number 3 room were talking, the auctioneer announced the second auction item. The second auction item is an exotic beast, a young dragon leopard, the auctioneer called out. Following that, a few warriors carried out an iron cage made of 1,000-year black iron. There was a mighty young dragon leopard in the iron cage. It was constantly roaring in the iron cage, its claws constantly striking the iron cage, and from time to time, it would use its deep fangs to bite. The cold leopard eyes were filled with a strong bloodlust. It was obvious that it was a fierce leopard that was difficult to tame, and it made people's hearts beat faster at first glance. An exotic beast, dragon leopard. This is a rare exotic beast. It will grow into an 8-level spirit beast in the future. Not bad. This dragon leopard is a powerful exotic beast with the blood of dragons. Although the blood is thin, it can help it grow, and its combat ability is the strongest among its peers. This little guy seems to have reached the 3rd level. It will take at least 1,000 years to train it to the 8th level. The starting price is 150,000 upper-grade mysterious crystals, and each increment must be no less than 10,000, the auctioneer announced. This exotic beast, dragon leopard, was rare, but it was still very young. It would take a lot of effort to train it to become a high-level spirit beast, so its price was much lower than the 8-leaf fire lotus. Ling Xiao and the others were also a bit envious, but they didn't participate in the bidding. In the end, the number 5 room sold it for 350,000 upper-grade mysterious crystals. Next up was the last item of the auction. The auctioneer kept everyone guessing. The 3rd item is the relic of the sky-burning emperor. What? The relic of the sky-burning emperor. Is this real or fake? Impossible. The sky-burning emperor has already passed away for 1,000 years, and no one knows where he was buried. Could it be that someone has already found it? The sky-burning emperor was someone who was chasing after the 4 great legends. Unfortunately, he couldn't break through the Great Tao and became a saint-level expert. In the end, he could only disappear. It's really pitiful. I wonder what kind of mystical item he left behind. Everyone present became anxious, and they couldn't wait to see the relic of the sky-burning emperor. In Ling Zhao's room, the savage leopard said faintly, "This sky-burning emperor was also a genius of his generation back then. I didn't expect him to turn into dust and disappear." Ling Xiao looked at the savage leopard in surprise and asked, "You know who this sky-burning emperor is?" "I've met him a few times, but my impression of him is still wrong." "At that time, he was still a 7th-grade alchemist," the savage leopard replied. Chapter 562. A 7th-grade alchemist. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect the burning sky emperor to be such an existence. He actually had 2 identities, and both of them were so terrifying. It should be known that an emperor-level expert was already a top-notch figure in the central region, and his identity as a high-grade alchemist was even more enviable. Ling Zhao's interest in the burning sky emperor's relic was piqued, and he wondered what kind of mystical item it would be. At this moment, the great forces in the various boxes had already made their preparations, and they were determined to get their hands on the burning sky emperor's relic. How could a relic that was related to the peak of the mystic emperor be ordinary? The auctioneer clapped his hands, and a beautiful maidservant leisurely walked up with a small tray. The auctioneer removed the red cloth on the tray, and an animal skin scroll appeared on the tray. As soon as the scroll appeared, Ling Xiao immediately bounced up from his seat, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Soul-controlling art!" This scroll was exactly the same as the first animal skin scroll he obtained in the desolate mountain range. Ling Xiao would never forget or misremember it, because it was the soul-controlling art that gave him an unfathomable ability to kill someone of a higher level, and it had even helped him escape danger many times. Besides that, it had also helped him advance to the Ascension realm faster than others in alchemy. All of these were the benefits of the soul-controlling art. However, what he had cultivated was only 1/3 of the soul-controlling art. What was in front of him was definitely the other 1/3 of the soul-controlling art. It was just that he didn't know which stage it was. He had always longed to find the other two scrolls of the soul-controlling art. And now that one scroll had appeared in front of him, how could Ling Xiao not be excited? The people in the private room all looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. They were all thinking, what is the origin of this soul-controlling art? How can young master recognize it? At this moment, the auctioneer's voice resounded faintly. This scroll is a relic of the Burning Heaven Great Emperor. Because the Burning Heaven Great Emperor placed a powerful restriction on it, we're unable to open it. However, our clan's ancestor is sure that this is an ancient scroll, because only ancient scrolls would use this kind of bee skin to record things. However, we don't know if it's a technique chant or a map of the secret realm, or something else. We're unable to confirm this, but since it's a relic left behind by the Burning Heaven Great Emperor, I'm sure it won't disappoint everyone. Perhaps it's a precious comprehension related to advancing to the Emperor rank. One had to admit that the auctioneer's eloquence was impressive. She spoke so temptingly of an unknown ancient scroll. All of a sudden, everyone in the auction house went crazy. The auctioneer was right. No matter what the relic of the Burning Sky Emperor was, it was definitely an extraordinary treasure. It was definitely not something ordinary. Powerful energy fluctuations were faintly emitted from several private rooms. These fluctuations were shockingly at the cultivation level of a half-step emperor. It seemed that these hidden experts couldn't help but be tempted. No matter what price we have to pay, we have to get it. This was the unanimous thought of many hidden experts, and it was also the thought of Ling Xiao. At this time, the auctioneer finally announced the auction price of the ancient scroll, which was 500,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately rushed to bid. I bid 500,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. Then, someone rushed to remove the seal and said, 510,000 high-grade mysterious crystals, 520,000 high-grade mysterious crystals, 530,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. The price instantly rose, reaching the final peak of the auction. Ling Xiao was burning with anxiety because he didn't have that many mysterious crystals. Even if he took out the few top-grade fire mysterious crystals, it would be a drop in the bucket. Yinner, fraud, how many mysterious crystals do you have? Ling Xiao couldn't care less. He couldn't let the soul-controlling art fall into the hands of others. No matter what price he had to pay, he had to get it. Feng Xianyan looked inside the space ring and said, besides the 350,000 I just used, I still have 150,000. What, that's all? Ling Xiao cried out. He now had 250,000, plus Feng Xianyan's 150,000. He only had 400,000, which was not even the starting price. Seeing Ling Xiao so anxious, Feng Xianyan immediately showed a look of guilt and said, Xiao, I'm sorry if I didn't auction the mother and son swords. Before she finished speaking, Ling Xiao waved his hand and interrupted, it's none of your business. Then he put his last hope on Xianyao. Fraud. Xianyao spread out his hands and said, I only have 1 million high-grade, mysterious crystals left. 1 million, that's great. Fraud, you are really my lucky star. It should be enough for me to win the auction. I will definitely pay you back double later. Ling Xiao exclaimed. He thought that Xianyao would have more than 100,000, but he didn't expect that he would have 1 million. This made Ling Xiao very happy. In total, he had won 4 million, which should be enough for him to win the soul-controlling art. At this time, Yi Yinfeng said, Boss, I also have 100,000 high-grade mysterious crystals here. Ling Xiao looked at Yi Yinfeng in surprise and immediately patted him on the shoulder. Yinfeng, thank you. After this auction is over, I will promote you to the Earth Sovereign stage. Yi Yinfeng listened to Ling Xiao's words with doubt. Although he admired Ling Xiao's strength, he couldn't think of any way that Ling Xiao could promote him to the Earth Sovereign stage. After all, his strength had not reached the peak of the King stage yet. Does Boss have an elixir to promote to the Earth Sovereign stage? Yi Yinfeng asked doubtfully. At this moment, the price outside had reached 700,000 high-grade, mysterious crystals. The young man in box 3 sighed heavily. I didn't expect such a good thing to appear this time. Elder Wei, are we going to give up the auction? The old man called Elder Wei smiled faintly and said, not necessarily. The Supreme Elder may have expected that something good would appear this time. In addition, he gave me 1,000,000 high-grade mysterious crystals for me to use. We also want to compete for the relic of the Burning Sky Emperor. Elder Wei, why didn't you say so earlier? Then I will bid, the young man said with a surprised expression. Following that, private room number 3 also joined in the bidding. Ling Xiao also joined the bidding with confidence. Soon, the price of the ancient scroll rose to 900,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. This price suppressed the hearts of many forces. Right now, there were only 4 boxes in the bidding. They were Box 3, Box 4, Box 8, and Box 10. In the 4th box were 2 men and a woman. All 3 of them looked middle-aged, and their strength was actually above the venerable level. The woman's strength was the strongest, and she had already reached the strength of a half-step emperor. The other 2 were in the middle and low stages respectively. In the 4th box was the Myriad Cloud sect, which was also a 4th-grade sect like the Green Mountain sect. They were all affiliated with the Phone clan. Senior sister, we only brought 1,000,000 high-grade mysterious crystals this time. We also auctioned some things just now. If we keep going, I'm afraid we won't be able to afford it, the low-level Celestial Venerable said. The middle-level Celestial Venerable echoed. That's right. Even if we take out our own mysterious crystals, we can only barely beat up 1,000,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. The female half-step emperor said unwillingly, 1,000,000 it is. This is the relic of the Burning Sky Emperor. Maybe it doesn't just contain the enlightenment of becoming an emperor. Maybe there's also a manual for refining pills. We can't miss it. In the 10th box and the 3rd box, there was an old man and a young woman, but both of them were women. The old woman looked to be in her 70s. The wrinkles on her face were deep, and she held a walking stick in her hand. Her body was stooped, and her expression was somewhat fanatical. Brother Tian, I didn't expect to find a relic here. Even if I have to spend all my fortune, a Lien will get it. The old woman said with tears in her eyes, Great-grandmother, do you know the Burning Sky Emperor? The beautiful woman asked in surprise while supporting the old woman. The old woman showed a sad expression in her eyes. She sighed heavily and said, The Burning Sky Emperor is the big brother of great-grandmother. Ah, the Burning Sky Emperor is the big brother of great-grandmother? Then doesn't he count as my great-grandfather? The woman said with a look of disbelief. That's right. Great-brother Tian is 2,000 years older than me. He left the family at a young age and gained a great reputation. Later, father hoped that he could return to the family to take over, but he was used to being free and didn't listen to father's arrangements. Father had no choice but to create a new successor with mother, and that's me. Many of Grandma's skills were taught by your great-grandfather Burning Sky, including the art of alchemy, the old woman said as she reminisced. The woman revealed an expression of sudden realization, and excitement appeared in her eyes. She said, So the Burning Sky Emperor is our family's ancestor. He's really amazing. Sigh, it's a pity that great-grandmother doesn't have half of your great-grandfather's ability. Otherwise, the family wouldn't have declined to this day. The old woman revealed a lonely expression and sighed. 1,000,000 high-grade, mysterious crystals. A resounding voice came from the 3rd box. This prize caused an uproar. It had to be known that this was equivalent to the wealth of a small high-grade crystal mine. This was something that many powers were unwilling to take out. Another voice came from the 4th box. 1,100,000 high-grade, mysterious crystals. This time, the Myriad Cloud sect threw caution to the wind and increased the bid by 100,000 high-grade, mysterious crystals. This was already their limit. The young man in the 3rd box cursed in a low voice and could no longer participate in the bidding. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to call out, 1,200,000 high-grade, mysterious crystals. He wanted to obtain the soul-controlling art in one go, and he definitely wouldn't give others a chance. This was a matter of great importance to his future. After he called out the price, a dissatisfied grunt came from the fourth box, and then it was followed by silence. Ling Xiao originally thought that the soul-controlling art was about to be in his hands, and he was very excited. Unfortunately, the crisp voice that came from the number 10 booth shattered his fantasies. 1,500,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. The woman's voice was very powerful. This time, everyone in the auction house cried out in surprise. The 10th box suddenly increased the bid by 300,000 high-grade mysterious crystals, causing Ling Xiao to wipe away a cold sweat. This price was already his limit. If he delayed any longer, he was afraid that the soul-controlling art would really slip away from his hands. 1,500,000 high-grade mysterious crystals and 1,000 top-grade fire mysterious crystals. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and called out. Chapter 563. Ling Xiao did not obtain many top-grade fire mysterious crystals in the belly of Flame Volcano, only a little more than 100 pieces, and he had even used a few of them. However, each piece of top-grade fire mysterious crystal was quite large, and the amount was enough. According to the size of the mysterious crystals on the market, Ling Xiao's remaining top-grade fire mysterious crystals were equivalent to 2,000 pieces. Each piece of top-grade mysterious crystal was equivalent to the energy of 100 high-grade mysterious crystals. In other words, the 2,000 top-grade fire mysterious crystals in Ling Xiao's hands were equivalent to 200,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. Just now, Ling Xiao had called out a price of 1.5 million high-grade mysterious crystals and 1,000 top-grade fire mysterious crystals, which was equivalent to 1.6 million high-grade mysterious crystals. At this point, Ling Xiao had already thrown caution to the wind. If the other party really wanted to fight to the death with him, then there was nothing he could do. However, this did not mean that he would give up just like that. He might even have to kill someone and steal their goods. Someone can actually find this kind of top-grade fire mysterious crystal. Isn't this too heaven-defying? That's right, these top-grade mysterious crystals are all found in some dangerous places. Most of these top-grade fire mysterious crystals are found in the 10,000-year sea of fire. Ordinary people would not be able to go deep into it, and even a venerable would have to shrink back. I really don't know who exactly is in room 8. This level of wealth, only a 4th-grade sect would have. The old man and the young woman in room 10 were extremely anxious. 1.5 million was already their limit, but the other party still wanted to increase it, which made the pressure on them double. Great-grandmother, should we continue? The beautiful woman looked at the old woman and asked. The old woman nodded without hesitation. Why not? I must get Brother Tion's belongings back for him. Moreover, the other party has even called out top-grade fire mysterious crystals, so it seems that they are about to run out. Let's see who has the last laugh. The beautiful woman nodded and added another 200,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. Ling Xiao's heart felt like it had been ruthlessly slapped, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. There was no way for him to surpass the other party's mysterious crystals. What should I do? What should I do? Ling Xiao asked anxiously in his heart. If he missed this time, he would regret it for the rest of his life. 1,800,000 mysterious crystals going once. 1,800,000 mysterious crystals going twice. The auctioneer called twice. Just as he was about to call for the 3rd time, Ling Xiao could only turn his face to the side. His heart was starting to bleed. Just as the auctioneer hammered down, an ethereal voice rang out. 2.5 million mysterious crystals of upper grade. As soon as he said this, everyone sucked in a cold breath. From the start of the auction until now, this was the first time that such a large increment had occurred. He actually added 700,000 high-grade mysterious crystals in one go. This could be considered a huge sum in the Central Territory. The old woman in room 10 was on the verge of screaming. Who is making things difficult for me? That is my brother Tion's relic. Even though she was angry, she was still rational. She didn't dare to rob the Foam Clan's auction. The consequences were not something she could bear. Ling Xiao, who was in the 8th private room, was completely disheartened. 1,800,000 high-grade mysterious crystals already made him feel helpless, and 2,500,000 high-grade mysterious crystals made him feel even more despair. Husband, don't be sad. That is just an unknown ancient scroll. Maybe there is nothing in it. Kai Shayue comforted him. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "You don't understand. It means a lot to me. Brother Ling, don't be sad. If it is yours, it will be yours in the end. If it isn't, even if you force it, you won't be able to get it." AI. Ling Xiao let out a heavy sigh. He looked as if he was mourning a great loss. Feng Xianyun, who was at the side, blamed herself in her heart. Ling Xiao forced himself to look at Savage Leopard and said, "Can you lock on to the person who bid just now?" Savage Leopard shook his head and said, "No, the other party's strength is far above mine." Ling Xiao's heart was even colder than the Savage Leopard. His opponent was even more powerful than the Savage Leopard, which meant that he was above the middle stage Mystic Tharch. If he wanted to snatch it by force, there was only death awaiting him. In the end, the ancient scroll was auctioned off by an unknown mysterious person for 2,500,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. The Wind Capital's monthly auction was over. Ling Xiao and the others obtained the mother and child swords and the black jasmine vine. After exiting the auction, Ling Xiao said listlessly, "Let's find a place to reminisce." Everyone knew that Ling Xiao was in a bad mood, so they didn't dare to go against his wishes. Thus, the group found a nearby inn to settle down. However, before they could start reminiscing, Savage Leopard whispered into Ling Xiao's ear, "There are 3 groups of people following us, and one of them has an Emperor stage expert." Ling Xiao was in a bad mood after losing the soul controlling art. Now, there were actually people who had ideas about him. Immediately, a ball of anger surged. This young master wants to find someone to vent his anger on. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, and a strong killing intent flashed across his face. Returning to the inn, Ling Xiao stored the others into the medicinal cauldron. Then he brought Savage Leopard and the prodigal boy and flew out of the Wind Capital, giving those greedy fellows a chance. After all, they didn't dare to cause trouble openly in the Wind Capital. Between the mountain ridges outside the Wind Capital, Ling Xiao, Savage Leopard, and the prodigal boy stopped. The first to appear was a group of people with a larger number of people. This group of people was actually a group of robbers and roving bandits. Normally, they would appear in the auction house and pay attention to those who were wealthy, but not strong. Once the other party left the Wind Capital, they would immediately take action to snatch their belongings. Regarding these matters, the Feng clan also turned a blind eye. After all, this was a world where the weak were prey to the weak. As long as they didn't cause trouble in the Wind Capital, the Feng clan wouldn't care. There were a total of 15 people in the roving bandits, and each of them was at least at the Earth Sovereign level. The strongest 2 had reached the Sky Sovereign level. These 2 Sky Sovereigns were the 2 brothers, Zhou Li and Zhou Hai. Both of them were mid-level Sky Sovereigns. The reason why they dared to chase was entirely because they sensed that Ling Xiao and the others were only at the king level. Presumably, they were disciples of some power, which was the best target for them to attack. "Everyone, you must have had a hard time chasing me. Now, I will send you on your way." Ling Xiao turned around and said coldly. Zhou Li, Zhou Hai, and the others all laughed loudly. "Brat, it seems like you still don't understand the situation. We should be the ones to send you on your way." Zhou Li sneered, then waved his hand at his subordinates. Following that, the Earth Sovereigns split up and surrounded Ling Xiao's group. "This young master is in a bad mood. You guys are the ones who delivered yourselves to me. Don't blame me," Ling Xiao said faintly. A powerful aura, accompanied by the image of a golden dragon, rose up. A unique sword appeared in his hand, and a dragon's roar came from his mouth. Roar! In an instant, many Earth Sovereigns felt their eardrums hurt, and their vision became blurry. Swoosh, swoosh. A streak of red and white light flashed past like lightning, and several heads were instantly chopped off. "Bastard, hurry! Hurry up and kill him!" Zhou Li and Zhou Hai came back to their senses, only to find that they had lost a few subordinates. At the same time, the two of them prepared to attack Ling Xiao. However, the prodigal had already found them and shouted, "You guys are mine, don't even think of escaping." The prodigal had already advanced to the mid-level of the Sixth Order and was comparable to a mid-level Heavenly Venerable. However, in terms of combat power, he was much stronger than a mid-level Heavenly Venerable. Savage Leopard watched coldly from the side, constantly paying attention to the movements around him. The two groups of people hiding not far from them did not make a move for the time being. It seemed like they wanted to reap the benefits of the fisherman. Ling Xiao seemed to be possessed, and he was in a killing frenzy. He used his mind to control the ice and fire sword, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. In an instant, he killed a few people. With his combat power increased tenfold, he brandished his sword, and blood dyed the sky red. Those Earth Sovereigns did not expect that the other party was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Moreover, they were caught off guard from the very beginning, which really made them timid. Just as a few high-level Earth Sovereigns wanted to seal off Ling Xiao, they felt a sharp pain in their heads and immediately lost consciousness. Ling Xiao needed to vent the unhappiness in his heart. He was like a god of death, and the ice and fire sword in his hand kept reaping the lives of those Earth Sovereigns. In just a moment, out of the 13 Earth Sovereigns, only 2 were left. On the other side, Zhou Li and Zhou Hai joined forces against the prodigal. Although they had the upper hand, they had no way to kill the prodigal for a while. "Second brother, summon your spirit beast," Zhou Li called out, and took the lead to summon his spirit beast. Zhou Hai did not hesitate to summon his spirit beast as well. Both of them were low-level 6th Order flying spirit beasts, blue-winged flying cranes. They were spirit beasts that were known for their speed, but their attack power was much weaker than other spirit beasts of the same level. "Damn birds, get out of here!" The prodigal roared at the 2 blue-winged flying cranes with bloodshot eyes, and the aura of a divine beast instantly pervaded the air. The 2 blue-winged flying cranes that were about to attack the prodigal trembled, and they could not help but fall down. The power of a divine beast was not something that ordinary spirit beasts like them could contend with. Zhou Li and Zhou Hai were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. When they looked at their subordinates, they saw that almost all of them were dead, and the other party still had not made a move. They began to feel afraid. "Boss, they were all hiding their strength. We've been fooled," Zhou Hai exclaimed. "It's over. Let's go." Zhou Li cried out decisively, then turned around and ran. Zhou Hai did not dare to hesitate, and also prepared to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" After killing the last 2 Earth Sovereigns, Ling Xiao roared, and his mental strength split into 2 and attacked the 2. When his mental strength was split into 2, its power was greatly reduced. Of course, it could not kill the 2 Heavenly Venerables instantly, but it could only slow down their speed of escape. At the same time, it caused a temporary chaos in their sea of consciousness, so that the prodigal had enough time to kill them. Bang bang. The prodigal seized the opportunity, and his not-so-big fists exploded with terrifying energy. With one punch, he punched a large head. The head was like a watermelon that fell to the ground, and the brain juice burst out. A group of strong roving bandits was killed by Ling Xiao and the prodigal at the fastest speed. Chapter 564. In 2 corners not far away, the 2 groups of people revealed shocked expressions. Zhou Li, Zhou Hai, and the others might not be very strong in the central region, but they should be much stronger than the 3 youths. However, they had been killed in an instant. It was clear that the other party had hidden their strength. A group of people led by a high-level Heavenly Venerable, a mid-level Heavenly Venerable, and a low-level Heavenly Venerable felt a sense of fear. They were much stronger than Zhou Li and Zhou Hai, but even they couldn't kill Zhou Li and Zhou Hai in such a short time. "Boss, let's quickly retreat. The point is too hard," the low-level Empyrean quietly said to the high-level Empyrean with 2 axes on his back. The high-level Empyrean with 2 axes on his back hesitated for a moment before saying, "Let's go." It seems like we followed the wrong person today. However, it's good that Zhou Li and Zhou Hai died. Not good. They seem to have sensed us, Run. The middle stage Empyrean shouted. The three celestial masters didn't even think about it. In an instant, a powerful energy burst forth from them. They no longer hid their bodies and immediately fled in one direction. The earthly sovereign realm experts that followed them were also frightened out of their wits. Savage Leopard sneered. Can you escape? He spread out his palms, and a blood-colored ball of light instantly covered this part of the world. The three Empyreans and the earthly emperors were immediately imprisoned, unable to move their bodies. They were all astonished. Emperor rank. How could they have imagined that they would actually set their sights on an emperor rank cultivator? Wasn't this purely courting death? However, there was no medicine for regret. Now that they had kicked the steel plate, they could only beg for mercy. Why, Your Excellency, we had eyes but couldn't see and offended you all. Please let us off. That high-level Empyrean pleaded with the savage leopard. The others also cried, That's right, my lord. We didn't do anything to you. Please let us go. Sir, please spare us. We're just passing by. It's useless to talk to me. You should talk to my young master, Cruel Leopard said coldly. Just as they were looking at Ling Xiao, a red and white sword light flew past their necks. Swoosh! Their heads were chopped off one by one. You're so ruthless. I'll fight it out with you. The middle-level Empyrean roared and then shouted to his two companions, Boss, third brother, take care. After shouting, his body instantly swelled up. It seemed that he was going to choose to self-destruct. Ling Xiao let out a cold laugh as he subconsciously controlled the ice and fire sword to stab at the mid-level Sky Sovereign's forehead. Before that middle-level Empyrean could self-detonate, he was killed by Ling Xiao first. Second bro, the two heavenly venerables cried out in alarm. Then, they chose to self-destruct. If we're going to die, we'll die together. Boom, boom, boom. Two thunderous booms shook the sky, and everything within a radius of several hundred meters was turned into dust. Even their companions died before they could escape. When the smoke dissipated, Ling Xiao, Cruel Leopard, and the Prodigal were still fine 1,000 meters away. With Cruel Leopard, the Mystic Emperor here, if they still died, then Cruel Leopard might as well kill himself with a piece of tofu. However, the clothes of the three of them were more or less damaged. After all, the power of the two Empyreans' self-detonation could be said to be terrifying. After the two groups of people died, Ling Xiao's state of mind calmed down a lot. What about the other two? Ling Xiao asked. They sense my strength and have already left. Cruel Leopard replied. Ling Xiao coldly snorted and said, At least they know what's good for them. Ling Xiao had vented enough, so he asked Cruel Leopard to collect the spatial rings that he had just swept away. He felt that he was in desperate need of Xian crystals. If he had enough Xian crystals at the auction, he wouldn't have lost the other scroll of the soul controlling art. Now, he didn't even know who had auctioned it off. He didn't even have a chance to take something to exchange or snatch it. Just as Ling Xiao and the others were about to rush back to Wind City, an imposing figure appeared in front of Ling Xiao and the others. Cruel Leopard immediately blocked in front of Ling Xiao and shouted vigilantly, Who are you? If you don't want to die, then scram. For some reason, when Cruel Leopard faced this person, he felt a sense of fear in his heart. It's Senior Evil Emperor. Ling Xiao looked at the person in surprise and exclaimed, That's right. The person blocking in front of Ling Xiao was the evil emperor who had previously asked Ling Xiao to acknowledge him as his master. The evil emperor held his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with indifference as he coldly shouted at Cruel Leopard, Scram. Cruel Leopard only felt a pain in his heart, and, as if he had been struck by lightning, he quickly fell towards the ground. Bang! Cruel Leopard's body ruthlessly smashed into the mountain ridges, raising a thick cloud of dust. Ling Xiao's expression instantly stiffened, and he was once again shocked by the evil emperor's strength. Could it be that he wants to kill me? Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little afraid. He had previously rejected the evil emperor to be his master, and now, looking at the evil emperor's posture, It seemed that he was planning to silence him. The prodigal stood in front of Ling Xiao, and the usually fearless lord did not dare to take the initiative to attack. He only stared at the evil emperor, and with the sharp senses of a divine beast, he could sense that the human in front of him was very strong, so strong that he felt like he was facing his own grandfather. "Little guy, you go down too," the evil emperor said lightly, and then with a light wave of his hand, the prodigal immediately fell down like cruel leopard. "If you have anything, you can come at me. Please don't hurt them." Ling Xiao angrily glared at the evil emperor and shouted. The evil emperor disdainfully curled his lips. "I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand to imprison Ling Xiao, and then he vanished with Ling Xiao on the spot. Their speed was simply unimaginable. Below, Cruel Leopard and the prodigal climbed up from the ground in a sorry state. There were many wounds on their bodies, but their internal injuries were not very serious. Obviously, the evil emperor did not want their lives. "Boss has been taken away. Let's chase," the prodigal shouted. Just as he took off, Cruel Leopard did not move at all. "Why aren't you chasing?" The prodigal looked at Cruel Leopard in confusion. "It's useless. We don't know where young master has been taken. Let's just wait here. I believe that young master will be fine." Cruel Leopard shook his head and said. He really did not expect to see the idol he had admired in the past. Bloodthirsty blade tyrant, charming demonic emperor, single-minded sword fanatic, and invincible mad monk. These four people were publicly acknowledged as the four strongest people in the central region. Their legends were widely spread, and regardless of whether it was the older generation or the younger generation, they were all their admirers. Cruel Leopard admired Blade Tyrant and Evil Emperor the most in his life. Just now, he saw the Evil Emperor with his own eyes, and he was very excited. He did not expect that the legend of 10,000 years was still alive. He thought that the four people had already turned into dust or went to the heaven region, but he did not expect that the Evil Emperor was still in the central region. Previously, Cruel Leopard heard his young master say that the evil emperor wanted to take his young master as a disciple, and now it seemed that it was true. Cruel Leopard secretly exclaimed in his heart, "Young master is really lucky to be able to catch the evil emperor's eye. Becoming the holy emperor is definitely not a problem." Ling Xiao could only hear a whistling sound in his ears. He couldn't open his eyes at all because of the wind that was blowing towards him. Even with his strong body, he felt uncomfortable. After an unknown period of time, the evil emperor finally stopped. Ling Xiao was barely able to open his eyes, and he found that he had already arrived at an extremely desolate place. This place was impressively a desert, and it seemed that there were few people, only sand flying in the sky, and the horizon was vast. The evil emperor casually waved his hand, and a piece of sand was forcibly lifted up. Then he grabbed Ling Xiao through the air and jumped into the sand pit. Ling Xiao only felt his vision blur, and in the next moment, he had arrived at a paradise filled with birds and flowers. Bursts of fragrance assailed his nostrils, causing Ling Xiao to feel refreshed. Ling Xiao did not need to guess to know that this was another independent space world. The evil emperor no longer paid attention to Ling Xiao and walked towards the bamboo house in front of him. Ling Xiao suddenly realized that the bamboo house was actually very similar to Feng Qingyuan's house. Even the layout of the scene was very similar. He could not help but wonder if he was in the Feng clan's sacred hall again. "Other than my woman, you are the first person to step into my territory." The evil emperor's voice sounded faintly. "That is Junior's honor," Ling Xiao replied with a little fear. "Today, you only have two choices. One is to immediately acknowledge me as your master. I don't mind your original bullshit, master. And the second is to bury you here forever." The evil emperor did not even look at Ling Xiao as he said faintly. To think that he, the dignified evil emperor, was known by everyone in the central region, and there were countless people who wanted to be his disciple. He did not expect that, just as he had his eyes on a kid who would inherit his legacy, he would be rejected by the other party. If this matter were to spread out, where would he, the evil emperor, put his face? When Ling Xiao heard this, he did not even think and immediately knelt down in front of the evil emperor. Disciple Ling Xiao greets master. Now, Ling Xiao was laughing in his heart. Ha! This young master has acknowledged one of the four great legends, the evil emperor as his master. In the future, who would dare to challenge this young master in the central region? Ever since Savage Leopard had told him about the evil emperor's body, Ling Xiao had always regretted not acknowledging the evil emperor as his master. Now that the opportunity had presented itself again, he naturally would not hesitate at all. Why is this kid enlightened? Is he afraid of death? The evil emperor was puzzled. Then he thought, no matter what, I've finally scared this kid. It wasn't easy for me to find a successor. I can't bear to crush him to death. At least you know what's good for you, the evil emperor replied softly. Then, he threw 2 items in front of Ling Xiao. Consider this a greeting gift from your master. When Ling Xiao saw these 2 items, he instantly exclaimed, 8-leaf fire lotus soul controlling art. What the evil emperor had thrown in front of Ling Xiao was the incomplete 8-leaf fire lotus and the other scroll of the soul controlling art that he had always desired the most. Ling Xiao rubbed his eyes. He could not believe that this was real. The soul-controlling art that he had tried so hard to obtain had returned to him. Could it be that, after extreme misfortune, came joy? Chapter 565. Previously, he had killed people to vent his hatred for losing the soul-controlling art. He had been prepared to never be able to collect the soul-controlling art. But who would have thought that there would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel? The soul-controlling art had once again returned to his hands, and he was truly pleasantly surprised. It seemed that the person who had bought the soul-controlling art for 2.5 million high-grade Xian crystals at the auction was the evil emperor himself. Ling Xiao's first impression of this generous master was very good. He had spent 2.5 million Xian crystals in one go. This was not something that ordinary people would be willing to spend, even in the 3rd or 4th grade. The evil emperor had obtained the soul-controlling art from the auction. So how did he get this broken 8-leaf fire lotus evil emperor? Evil master, how did you get the 8-leaf fire lotus? Ling Xiao asked. Of course I snatched it. Could it be that you picked it up? The evil emperor replied impatiently. Then he said, but I'm still missing the fire lotus core. I'll find a way to get it for you in the next 2 days. Since you're my disciple, I won't mistreat you. Ling Xiao had heard of the effects of the 8-leaf fire lotus. If he could repair it, not only would it be beneficial to him, but it would also be of great help to the people around him. Thank you, master, Ling Xiao said gratefully. All right, enough with the nonsense. Show me all of your cultivation attributes, said the evil emperor, getting back to the main topic. Ling Xiao did not know what the evil emperor was going to do, but he still showed the attributes of his 5 elements to the evil emperor. Haha, not bad. You really cultivate the 5 elements. Although it's not the 5 elements body, it suits me better. The evil emperor laughed. Ling Xiao looked at his master in confusion. The demonic emperor also saw Ling Xiao's confusion and immediately displayed his own attributes one by one. Red fire, blue water, green wood, yellow earth, purple thunder. Ling Xiao exclaimed as he looked at the evil emperor's attributes. He had never thought that the demonic emperor would actually cultivate in all 5 attributes like him, but these 5 attributes were a little different from his. Ling Xiao was extremely envious of the evil emperor's thunder attribute. It must be known that the thunder attribute was the rarest and most powerful of the 9 attributes, where even the gold and fire attributes paled in comparison. However, profound skills related to lightning attribute cultivation were extremely rare, especially high-level profound skills. Now you know why I must take you in as my disciple, right? The evil emperor asked. Ling Xiao hurriedly nodded his head and said, I understand, master. It's rare to see people with 5 attributes like us. The evil emperor nodded his head and said, You're right, there aren't many people who can cultivate all 5 attributes at the same time, but there are even fewer people who can cultivate all 5 attributes to a certain level, unless it's the rare 5 elements body that only appears once every 10,000 years. There is a huge difference between a 5 elements body and a five elements body. The five elements body referred to the five elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, all of which had reached 100% purity. It was one of the rarest body constitutions. With this kind of body constitutions, no matter what cultivation method one practiced, it would yield twice the results. As long as the martial artist with the five elements body had a good perception, it was absolutely possible for them to break through the saint realm. If their perception was good, then it would not be difficult for them to reach the god realm. Master, is there really a five elements body in this world? Ling Xiao asked. With regard to this kind of physique, Ling Xiao had read about it in some ancient books. It was the most abnormal of all physiques. The evil emperor nodded his head and said, "Of course it exists. There are trillions of people on the continent, and there are all kinds of physiques. It's just that whether or not we can discover it is another matter." After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Back to the main topic. The reason why I accepted you as my disciple was because I wanted you to inherit my mantle and carry on the name of my evil emperor." Master, there's something I don't understand. Ling Xiao asked hesitantly. "What don't you understand?" The evil emperor asked. "Do you want me to inherit your evil emperor's prestige, or do you want me to inherit your evil emperor's style?" Ling Xiao asked very seriously. "Of course I want to inherit both." The evil emperor wiped a smile. "All right, you see, your disciple's current strength is still very weak. If I want to inherit your prestige, I'm afraid I don't have the strength to do so. Do you think you should raise your disciple's cultivation to the emperor level first?" Ling Xiao spread out his hands. The evil emperor's face was full of black lines. "Do you think at the emperor level is a cabbage that you can mention just because you want to? But if I can't even reach the emperor level, how can I inherit your prestige?" Ling Xiao said awkwardly. You don't have to reach the emperor level to be famous." The evil emperor snorted coldly. Then, he said, "There's a very fast way to become famous. As long as you participate in the imperial rankings competition and obtain the title of first place on the imperial rankings, then you won't be able to become famous even if you don't want to." Imperial rankings competition? This was the first time Ling Xiao had heard of this. "You don't even know this? What kind of backwater did you come from?" The evil emperor was a little speechless. Ling Xiao laughed dryly. "This disciple just came from the northwest. It's not easy for you to reach the Earth Emperor stage at such a young age." The evil emperor looked at Ling Xiao in surprise, then continued, "The Imperial Rankings Tournament is a ranking battle between the Earth Emperors of the Central Region, and the champion will be able to shake the entire Central Region. At the same time, they will also receive a very good reward, and can even be bestowed with the honorary title of First Emperor. It is the most popular ranking battle among the younger generation, but there's a limit to the age, and only Earth Emperors under 100 years old can participate. However, this Imperial Rankings Tournament is only held once every 10 years, and there are still 2 years before the next Imperial Rankings Tournament, so you don't need to be anxious." When Ling Xiao heard this, he was suddenly enlightened. So there was such a ranking competition in the Central Region. The evil emperor continued, "These are just the so-called battles for face between the great powers. Back then, I had also won the title of First Emperor once, and it was also at that time that I made a name for myself. Although these battles are a little boring, they are very suitable for tempering one's strength. So I want you to participate in the Imperial Rankings Tournament 2 years later and take down the title of First Emperor for me. This will be quite beneficial to you. You must know that at that time, all the young talents in the Central Region will be gathered together, including those young ladies, princesses, and saintesses of the great clans. They are all outstanding talents of the new generation, and will also choose their partners at that time, so you must not miss it." Looking at the vulgar smile on the evil emperor's old face, Ling Xiao felt that the name, Evil Emperor Flirtatious, should be true. That's right. Master, you were the one who hooked up with Mistress Feng Qingyuan at that time, right?" Ling Xiao asked with a wretched smile. The evil emperor was startled for a moment, then said, "You know Qingyuan? That's right. You've entered the Feng clan's bullshit sacred hall before." Then he smiled and said, "She's just one of them. It's just that that little girl isn't very obedient, so Master can't be bothered with her. Ling Xiao was currently worshipping this Ping-E master of his to the extreme. The Feng clan was one of the 18 great powers, and Feng Qingyuan was the most terrifying person in the Feng clan. He was at least at the peak of the emperor stage, but he was actually just one of his mistresses. Furthermore, looking at his master's expression, he didn't seem to care much about Feng Qingyuan. Ling Xiao's heart ached. Feng Qingyuan was a little older, but her appearance and figure were both top-notch. How could he let go of such a beauty? He truly felt pity for his master. The evil emperor seemed to have seen through Ling Xiao's thoughts and revealed a smile. Wait until you make a name for yourself. In the future, there will be all kinds of women, especially in the heaven realm. Those women are the true beauties, dazzling your eyes, and at that time, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle them. Master, this disciple is very pure and dedicated. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and laughed dryly. Is that so? You are very pure and dedicated, and you have 5 girls by your side at all times? The evil emperor asked snappily. Ling Xiao revealed an embarrassed smile and did not reply. All right, I only have 1 year left. In this year, I will teach you everything I know. Whether you can comprehend it or not will depend on yourself. The evil emperor changed the topic. What, master, you only have 1 year left. Ling Xiao was shocked. He thought to himself, how can I die so soon after becoming your disciple? Isn't this a scam, really? Scoundrel, what are you thinking? Master is saying, I only have 1 year left in the central region. I have to return to the heaven realm within a year. The evil emperor scolded. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao replied in realization, and then revealed a look of shock. Master, you said you want to return to the heaven realm? You've been to the heaven realm? The heaven realm, according to legend, was a mysterious holy land that only those with cultivation of the saint level and above could go to. Some said that it was a martial artist paradise, a paradise on earth, and the people who lived there were all legends of immortality. There were all kinds of rare plants, rare treasures, and divine beasts everywhere. Some said that it was a battlefield between the saint level and the divine king, a hell of massacre, a world where the winner was king and the loser was a bandit. In short, there were many different opinions, but there were not many rumors that could be confirmed. The only thing that could be confirmed was that it was a world that only saint-level experts could go to. It was said that many of the older generation of saint-level experts had all gone to the heaven realm. This was something that was recorded in all the major powers. Yes, I've been back from the heaven realm for 2 years, and I have to return in another year, so I don't have much time to teach you. The evil emperor revealed a trace of helplessness. Master, can you tell me what kind of place the heaven realm is? Ling Xiao asked curiously. That's not something you can worry about right now. Without thousands of years of effort, don't even think about going to the heaven realm. If I let you know now, it will only cause more obstacles for you, said the evil emperor. Then he said, rest here for 2 days. I'll first prepare the 8-leaf fire lotus, and then I'll teach you the mysterious art of separation. Master, can this disciple go out and bring my friends over first? Ling Xiao requested. The evil emperor said impatiently, you could just stay here peacefully. I'll go bring them over. Fortunately, I won't come back to this place in the future. It's really not good to be trampled on by other men here. After the evil emperor finished speaking, he disappeared from where he stood. Ling Xiao was once again shocked. Chapter 566. The evil emperor went out for less than an hour before bringing back Savage Leopard and the prodigal boy. When the two saw Ling Xiao, they immediately relaxed. I brought them back for you. You're not allowed to go anywhere for the next year. Focus on your cultivation. The spiritual energy here isn't any worse than those of the major powers. It'll be very beneficial to your cultivation, the evil emperor said solemnly. Ling Xiao hesitated, but in the end, he still nodded heavily. What's on your mind? The evil emperor saw through Ling Xiao's thoughts and asked. Ling Xiao shook his head. It's nothing. The evil emperor would only be staying in the central region for a year. It would be a great honor to receive guidance from this old man. Ling Xiao really didn't want to let go of this 1 year. It had to be known that the evil emperor's cultivation was above the saint realm. As for which stage he had reached, Ling Xiao couldn't imagine. It was unknown how many people dreamed of receiving guidance from a supreme expert of this level. As for rushing to the North Water boundary to rescue Yinmengqi, that would wait for now. After all, she shouldn't be in any trouble right now. No matter what kind of thoughts you have to forget about them. Only by becoming stronger will you be able to solve everything, said the evil emperor. Master is right, Ling Xiao replied. Indeed, as the evil emperor had said, only by becoming stronger could one be the absolute truth. After all, Ling Xiao wasn't very clear about the strength of the Blackwater sect. Although he had something to rely on, he also had to become stronger. At the very least, he had to fight against an Empyrean and not be defeated in order to truly establish a foothold in the central region. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao put everything else aside and peacefully cultivated in this independent space. At the same time, Ling Xiao summoned the people in his medicine cauldron. This time, even the evil emperor revealed a rare look of surprise. Brat, you actually have a human concealing ring. What's not a human concealing ring? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. It seems that there are still a lot of things you don't understand. The human storage ring is similar to a space ring, but it is specifically used to hide living people. The ring you have now can hide living people. If it isn't a human storage ring, then what is it? This is a spirit treasure that has reached the peak of the holy artifact level. Even in the heaven region, it's rare, the evil emperor said with a sigh. Ling Xiao didn't expect that the heaven domain would have such a treasure that could hide people, but he didn't plan to hide it from the evil emperor, so he directly changed the spatial ring back to the appearance of a medicine cauldron. This time, the evil emperor was even more shocked. This is a heaven-ranked divine cauldron. That's right, this is one of the 9 great heavenly god cauldrons, the obsidian cauldron, Ling Xiao said with some pride. Good boy, this is a top-notch divine artifact. The evil emperor's eyes lit up as he praised, but then his face became serious as he said, You can't let others know about this divine artifact, even if you go to the heaven region in the future. Otherwise, you'll be killed, and even your master might not be able to protect you. Your disciple understands, Ling Xiao replied. An ordinary man is innocent, but he is guilty of holding a wall. Ling Xiao still understood this logic, and he had always rarely looked at a medicinal cauldron as a human. It's good that you know. I'll go out for 2 days and find the 8-leaf fire lotus core, the evil emperor said in a hurry before disappearing. Right now, Ling Xiao was no longer surprised by the evil emperor's ability to come and go without a trace. He took advantage of these 2 days to study the second scroll of the god controlling arts chant. This was a space that the evil emperor had opened up, and it was like a small village. There were strange flowers and grasses everywhere, hundreds of birds flying in the air, dense spiritual energy, small bridges, pavilions, and phoenix pavilions. This place was simply a paradise. Anyone who stayed here would feel comfortable both in body and mind. Especially the women who were extremely emotional. All of them liked it even more. After Ling Xiao arranged for everyone, he found a quiet place to sit down. He took out the ancient scroll, feeling extremely excited. I hope it hasn't been destroyed. Ling Xiao prayed in the center of his heart. Thinking back to the first scroll of the god controlling art, he felt that the contents of the ancient scroll would disappear as soon as his mental energy entered it and imprinted the chant in his mind. This meant that he only had one chance. If the sky-scorching Great Emperor had already opened the ancient scroll, then the ancient scroll might have been destroyed. Therefore, Ling Xiao could only hope for the best. After sitting in meditation for 2 hours, Ling Xiao's mental energy had calmed down, and his heart had become desireless. It's time, Ling Xiao murmured, and the mental energy in his mind drilled into the ancient scroll. Whoosh! When his mental energy entered the ancient scroll, a turbulent light blasted into Ling Xiao's mind. Rumble! Ling Xiao felt that his mind had been blasted into chaos, and it was extremely uncomfortable. It was as if his head had suddenly swelled up and would explode at any time. This was the second time Ling Xiao had faced such a situation. Previously, he had escaped death because Lu Wang and the Khanate Sinister Wind Bead had helped him resist the energy. This time, he did not intend to rely on them. He immediately gritted his teeth, guarded his mind, and mobilized all the mental energy in his mind to resist the powerful energy that blasted into his mind. Ling Xiao's mental energy was no longer what it used to be. The energy that blasted into his mind was instantly enveloped by his mental energy, and the chaos in his mind gradually stabilized. Next, when Ling Xiao was about to expel and destroy the energy, he was surprised to find that the energy actually gradually fused with his mental energy. The two energies actually produced a feeling of harmony, and that feeling was truly wonderful for Ling Xiao. After a while, after that mass of energy fused with his spiritual force, he felt his spiritual force suddenly rise. That pool of milky white spiritual liquid continued to spread out, and more than half of his sea of consciousness, which had already expanded to a very large extent, was filled with spiritual liquid. The mental energy emitted a pure, vast, and resplendent light. In his mind, the small tree, the Khanate Sinister Wind Bead, and the Demon Blue Fire Bead each emitted a faint light, and after absorbing the pure energy, the three became even more smooth and clean. It was as if they had all been purified of impurities and appeared even more holy. When Ling Xiao's mind calmed down, Ling Xiao felt that his mental state was unprecedentedly full and comfortable. It was as if he was bathing in an icy pond in summer or soaking in a hot spring in winter. It made people reluctant to part, and it was extremely refreshing. When Ling Xiao opened his eyes, the ancient scroll automatically opened up, and suddenly a golden light bloomed. The light formed into ancient, vigorous characters that floated in the air, looking very holy and mysterious. Ling Xiao cried out in surprise, "Great! Everything is still here." Then he began to read it seriously and quickly, trying to memorize it as soon as possible. When Ling Xiao finished reading the incantation, the illusory golden characters all drilled into his mind. In Ling Xiao's mind, the three big words soul-controlling art immediately flashed. The incantation was completely recorded in his mind, and he could no longer disperse it. Ling Xiao quickly recited the incantation from the first half of the incantation and the second half of the incantation in his mind. Suddenly, he jumped up from the ground and said in surprise, "Great! It really is the second stage of the incantation." According to the introduction in the first volume, the soul-controlling art was divided into 3 stages of cultivation: skill control, soul control, and mind control. According to the introduction in the first chapter, the first stage, skill control, could use spiritual power to create all kinds of mystical skills and kill people invisibly. Not only could it make one invincible under the same level, but it could also kill people of a higher level than oneself. This was not a difficult thing. Regarding this point, Ling Xiao had already obtained sufficient proof. And the second stage, soul control, could confuse the opponent's mind, causing the opponent's mind to be distracted. If used in a fight, it could make the opponent lose the ability to fight for a short period of time and seize the opportunity to kill the opponent. This was similar to the first stage, but its effect was different. The first stage was to directly injure or kill the opponent, while the second stage was to use ingenious techniques to ensure that the opponent's spiritual sea would not be damaged, causing the opponent to be distracted and taking advantage of the situation. In this way, the opponent could be killed or captured. This point was most suitable to be used on those who did not deserve to die. In addition to the above effect, its real advantage was that it could use strong spiritual power to control a martial artist whose mind was not firm or whose spiritual power was scattered, deficient, and not focused. As long as he used his spiritual power to erase the opponent's original independent consciousness, use the mind control incantation, and then forcefully instill his own consciousness, no matter how strong the martial artist was, he would be able to use them. This point was the essence of the second stage, soul control. Of course, if the opponent was the kind of person who was full of spiritual power, concentrated and tenacious willpower, forcefully using the soul control might cause the opponent to counterattack, and thus the user would be injured. This was also its shortcoming. But overall, the second stage was very scary. As for the third stage, mind control, it was even more amazing. At this stage, one could already rely on strong spiritual power to kill any expert, control any expert, and even God realm experts would have to be used by him. Of course, Ling Xiao also hoped that one day he would be able to obtain the third stage of the incantation, but now that he had obtained the second scroll, he felt unusually happy and satisfied. As long as he mastered the second stage and controlled many puppet masters, it would not be difficult for him to roam the central region, and he would definitely have the confidence to establish his own force. After Ling Xiao calmed himself down, he checked his spiritual power and found that it had doubled in size. Previously, he could instantly kill an earthly sovereign, so it was not impossible for him to instantly kill a low-level or mid-level heavenly venerate. As for a high-level heavenly venerate, it would not be too difficult for him to deal with them. Ling Xiao was overjoyed, and his heart was filled with gratitude towards the evil emperor. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to immediately enter a state of cultivation, but wanted to test how many kilograms his spiritual power could control from a distance. Ling Xiao's spiritual power turned into a huge, invisible palm and grabbed towards a large rock, easily grabbing it. Ling Xiao muttered, "This piece is about 5,000 jin. In the past, it was very difficult for me to grab it, but now it's so easy. Then I'll try to split my spiritual power into two and see if I can grab it." Chapter 567. Ling Xiao tried it a few times and found that his mental energy could easily control something that weighed 15,000 kilograms. Ling Xiao was overjoyed to have such a powerful control ability. With this kind of mental energy, it wouldn't be difficult to control hundreds of people at the same time. Of course, the prerequisite for this was that these people were much weaker than him. Otherwise, they would have been able to struggle free. With my current mental energy, Empyrean realm experts will no longer be able to pose a threat to me, Ling Xiao said confidently. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that the spiritual force that came out from the ancient scroll was actually spiritual force. Moreover, it was of the same origin as the spiritual force that he had been cultivating. The combination of the two had enriched his spiritual force to a very powerful level. This was equivalent to him cultivating for tens or even hundreds of years without the help of spirit herbs or elixirs. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh at how skilled the master of the soul controlling art was. He had actually infused his mental strength into the ancient scroll. Normally, if one didn't have a super expert strength or a weak mental strength, they would all die. It seemed that the master of the soul controlling art was quite sinister. Back when he had first obtained the first scroll of the soul controlling art, if it weren't for Lu Wang and a natural Yin Wind bead in his knowledge sea, he would have died a long time ago. Ling Xiao guessed that the reason the Burning Heaven Emperor hadn't opened the ancient scroll was because he had sensed that there was something strange about it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao felt that this was very likely. After all, once one reached the Emperor realm, their senses in all aspects were beyond imagination. They could even predict unknown dangers in advance. Perhaps it was for this reason that the Burning Heaven Emperor hadn't opened the ancient scroll. No matter what the reason was, Ling Xiao had picked up a ready-made treasure. This also proved that Ling Xiao's luck was very good. After testing out the power of his newly increased mental energy, Ling Xiao once again focused his mind and began to comprehend the second stage of the soul controlling art, soul control. After a day and a night of meditation, Ling Xiao had a deeper understanding of soul control and felt that this stage of terror was very mysterious and profound. Soul control was also divided into 3 stages: small, middle, and large completion. At the small completion stage, one could use the primary contract incantation to cause the opponent's mental energy to scatter, causing the opponent to be unable to concentrate, allowing one to take advantage of the situation and defeat the opponent. At the middle completion stage, one could use the intermediate contract incantation to forcefully erase the consciousness of a martial artist of the same level or below. Then, with the addition of the intermediate willpower, the target would become a puppet of the caster. However, the puppet would lose all its previous memories and only retain its original battle consciousness. All injuries would not cause them to feel fear or dread. The caster could also order the puppet to die at any time, and if the caster accidentally died, the puppet would also die. At the large completion stage, it would be much more perfect. At that time, one could use the advanced contract incantation. This kind of advanced contract incantation was very different from the primary and middle completion stage. Not only could the advanced contract incantation be used on martial artists of the same level or below, it could also be used on martial artists of a higher level. The prerequisite was that the opponent's mental energy was scattered or weak. At the same time, the advanced contract incantation had different degrees. It could allow the target to retain part or all of their memories, but the target would forever obey the caster's orders and become a puppet with its own consciousness. This kind of puppet could also advance in strength and was much more perfect than the primary and middle completion stage. This was the profundity of the second stage, soul control. Once he attained mastery in the second stage, he would be entirely capable of forming a terrifying puppet army. Ling Xiao was extremely excited. He hadn't expected that soul control would actually be so formidable, and it truly surprised him. He couldn't help but imagine how great it would be to control hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of puppets to roam the central territory. The soul control technique really is unfathomable. It's truly too formidable. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim with excitement. He decided that he would work hard to attain mastery in soul control in the following period of time so that he could form a formidable puppet army of his own as soon as possible. He would control all those opponents that he disliked and make them serve him. And he would take all those peerless beauties into his backyard so that he could fulfill his great wish of ruling the world and lying on the knees of beauties while intoxicated. After Ling Xiao understood the general situation of soul control, the evil emperor had rushed back as well. The evil emperor revealed a surprised expression when he saw Ling Xiao, and he said, "I haven't seen you for 2 days, but your spiritual energy has actually attained the peak of the emperor rank. What exactly is going on?" Ling Xiao exclaimed inwardly. As expected a master, he was actually able to see through my spiritual energy, and it has greatly improved. Ling Xiao said vaguely, "I'm a grade 6 alchemist, so it's normal for my spiritual energy to be stronger." The evil emperor knew that Ling Xiao wasn't being sincere, but he didn't continue to pursue the matter. "Take out the 8-leaf fire lotus, and I'll help you repair it." The evil emperor immediately changed the topic. Ling Xiao immediately took out the damaged 8-leaf fire lotus. After that, the evil emperor didn't avoid Ling Xiao, and he tossed the 8-leaf fire lotus into the air. At the same time, he took out a spiritual herb that emanated dense fire attribute spiritual energy. Ling Xiao could tell at a glance that it was an 8-leaf fire lotus. The 8 leaves wrapped around the fire lotus's core, and waves of fire-colored spiritual energy flickered nonstop. The 8-leaf fire lotus was a low-level stage 8 spirit herb, and there would be a stage 8 fire attribute spirit beast guarding it. Even if an emperor stage cultivator found it, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. He never thought that the evil emperor would be able to obtain the 8-leaf fire lotus in such a short period of time, which made Ling Xiao deeply admire him. The evil emperor grabbed the center of the 8-leaf fire lotus and forcefully pulled out the flickering fire lotus core. Then, he threw the remaining 8-leaf fire lotus to Ling Xiao and said, "Although the 8-leaf fire lotus doesn't have the fire lotus core, its 8 leaves are not bad either. It can be used to refine pills or consumed directly." Ling Xiao hurriedly put it away. Of course, he understood the effects of these 8 leaves. This was something that fire tribute martial artists dreamed of. With them, he could create 8 fire tribute experts. Then, the evil emperor flew into the air and grabbed the 8-leaf fire lotus in his hand. Then he slammed the fire lotus core in his other hand towards the center of the formation pattern. Bang! The fire lotus core collided with the formation pattern in the painting, and a powerful flame spread out in all directions. In an instant, a large sea of fire was formed in the air, and the fire was extremely fierce. The people below were all trembling with fear. Even an Empyrean would find it difficult to extinguish that powerful sea of fire. It had to be known that the fire lotus core was an existence comparable to earth fire energy. Under normal circumstances, at least 2 Emperor Stage cultivators would be needed to repair the 8-leaf fire lotus core. Only then would they be able to force the fire lotus core into the formation eye of the 8-leaf fire lotus, allowing it to permanently absorb and gather fire attribute spiritual energy. However, the evil emperor didn't need the help of others. The intense flames that were emitted couldn't hurt him at all, and it seemed as if they were separated by a thick layer of light. "Get in," the evil emperor shouted, and then he raised his hand and slammed it towards the fire lotus core. The fire lotus core was swiftly slammed into the formation eye. However, it seemed to be unwilling to be sealed just like that, and it resisted fiercely. Balls of flames continued to spread out. The evil emperor's expression was calm. He waved his hand lightly, and the surrounding flames were imprisoned by him. Then, he forcefully stuffed them into the formation eye of the 8-leaf fire lotus core. Swish! When the fire lotus core completely fused with the 8-leaf fire lotus core, a bright red energy emitted a dazzling light. It was as if the 8-leaf fire lotus core had become a scorching hot sun, and the fire attribute energy in the surroundings kept revolving around it. After the fire lotus core appeared in Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness, the demon blue fire pearl had been beating violently, as if it had developed a strong interest in the fire lotus core. It wanted to break free from Ling Zhao's control and fly out of his sea of consciousness, but Ling Zhao firmly suppressed it and didn't allow it to act recklessly. Ling Zhao understood more and more that strange pearls could absorb energy from the same source to continue to grow stronger and advance. Ling Zhao couldn't help but think that he must find the source energy of the demon blue fire pearl and the innate Yin wind pearl in the future for them to absorb, so that they could advance and transform. If they became stronger, it would only be beneficial to Ling Zhao, and there would be no harm. The intense flames gradually subsided, and the 8-leaf fire lotus core returned to its perfect state. It was about twice its original size, and its 8 wheels were like 8 leaves shining brightly. At the center, there was a flickering shadow of a fire lotus, and it looked extremely sacred. The 8-leaf fire lotus core belonged to the category of a low-grade 8th rank sacred tool, and it was a rare cultivation accelerator in the central region. Fire attribute martial artists who cultivated on the 8-leaf fire lotus core would gather spiritual power at a speed that was dozens of times faster than usual, and cultivating next to it could also increase the speed by more than 10 times. For any sect, this could be said to be the existence of the sect's guardian spirit item. The evil emperor held it in his hand, and then casually threw it to Ling Zhao, and said, "It's repaired, take it." Ling Zhao hurriedly went up to catch it, and his eyes shone with a strong light. He really didn't expect that he would now have a sacred spirit treasure, which was something that others would fight to the death for. "Thank you, Master." Ling Zhao expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. He realized that he had really gained a lot by becoming the evil emperor's disciple. Not only had he obtained the second stage of the soul-controlling art, but he had also obtained a low-grade sacred spirit. If others knew about this, they would probably go crazy with jealousy. Well, you don't need this 8-leaf fire lotus core for yourself. I know that you also have a secret technique to gather spiritual power, so let your subordinates use it. Their strength is really no different from an ordinary person, and with this kind of strength following you, even I feel embarrassed. The evil emperor mercilessly scolded the people around Ling Zhao. The people behind Ling Zhao all felt their faces burn, and their hearts were extremely uncomfortable. They didn't dare to refute, because in their eyes, the evil emperor was not only the young master's master, but also a godlike existence that they deeply looked up to. Chapter 568. After the evil emperor repaired the 8-leaf fire lotus, he called Ling Xiao to the side alone. Xiao, I don't know what kind of cultivation technique you're cultivating to be able to cultivate the 5 attributes to your current level, but there is one thing that I am sure of, and that is that your cultivation technique is definitely not bad. Master will not ask you to abolish your original cultivation technique and cultivate it again, as that will not benefit you at all. I only have one technique that I can teach you, and whether or not you can comprehend it will depend on your own ability. The evil emperor said with his hands behind his back. Ling Xiao listened attentively. He also wanted to know what kind of cultivation technique the evil emperor could teach him. When he was in the Purple Sky sect, although Mu Huai was his master in name, Mu Huai did not teach him much. After all, his cultivation technique was different from Mu Huai's. The evil emperor continued to speak. The reason why I was able to cultivate the 5 attributes to my current realm is all because of the supreme evil king divine art that I created myself. I fused my own attributes into one and cultivated them, achieving the effect of doubling the effort. Supreme Evil King Technique? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Why did he feel that the name sounded a little awkward? The evil emperor revealed a proud expression and said, "Why is this cultivation technique's name awesome? It took me a long time to come up with it." Awesome, awesome. Ling Xiao nodded his head repeatedly, but in his heart, he was thinking, Master is really narcissistic. Even if this mysterious technique of mine isn't at the god level, it won't be too far from it. Moreover, this cultivation technique is unique, and others won't be able to find it even if they want to learn it. The evil emperor continued to speak proudly. After pausing for a moment, he said, "Next, I will teach you the chant for the supreme evil king technique. You must remember it well." After saying that, the evil emperor recited the cultivation technique to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao memorized every single word of the chant. After waiting for Ling Xiao to completely memorize it, the evil emperor began to explain the main points and essence of the supreme evil king technique. Through the explanation, Ling Xiao finally understood what kind of cultivation technique this was. It turned out that this was a cultivation technique that mixed all attributes together. As long as one could fuse all the attributes together, it would be equivalent to cultivating only one type of fusion attribute. The final attack would be the superposition of 5 types of spirit energy, and each attack would contain 5 times the energy of the attack, making it invincible among the same level. Although it was a fusion of attributes, it could also be used to attack with a single attribute. It did not prevent the various attribute from being used in turn. Ling Xiao felt that the evil emperor's supreme evil king divine art was similar to the 3 parts returning to origin technique. The 3 origin chi was also a cultivation of 3 attributes at the same time. He only needed to absorb one type of origin chi to be able to absorb 3 different attributes of the same. Not only that, when the 3 parts origin returning chi reached the 5th transformation, spirit transformation, it would be able to fuse all of its attributes together. Just like the supreme evil king divine technique, it only needed to absorb one type of spiritual energy, and it would be able to transform it into different attributes. Not only that, the 3 origin chi could not fuse all 5 attributes together like the supreme evil king technique. It was just that the 3 origin chi could not fuse all 5 attributes together to attack like the supreme evil king technique. Even if it was the 3 divine fingers, it could only combine 3 attributes to form an attack. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao was inspired. Since these kinds of divine arts were on par with each other, why not combine them into one and make them even more powerful? Ling shouted what he thought of. He needed to fully understand the supreme evil king technique and see if his idea was correct. For 7 consecutive days, Ling Xiao closed his eyes and meditated. He kept fantasizing about the similarities and differences between the supreme evil king technique and the 3 origin chi. In comparison, he found that the Supreme Evil King technique seemed to be a modified version of the three-origin Qi. Because according to the first key of the unique Evil King technique, it was to cultivate the spirit transformation realm, but the unique Evil King technique was not like the three-part origin returning Qi that could be used autonomously. It lacked a bit of spirituality, and the unique Evil King technique was not as clear as the three-part origin returning Qi. Generally speaking, the two techniques had their own strengths. Ling Xiao was completely immersed in the comparison of the two techniques. He wanted to know how to extract the strengths and weaknesses of the two techniques, and then use their strengths to make up for their weaknesses. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Ling Xiao had already returned to heaven and earth. It was as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. With a flip of his palm, a ball of spiritual fire instantly rose up. Then, a gray energy spread out, followed by white, gold, and green appearing at the same time. 5 different attributes. Only 3 of them showed signs of mixing, while the gold and green were excluded. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and silently recited the chant of the Supreme Evil King technique in his heart. The 5 attributes seemed to gradually get closer to each other, but they were unable to mix together. It is first mixed in the body, then forced out. The evil emperor's voice quietly rang in Ling Xiao's ears. Ling Xiao withdrew all the energy from his palm and started to circulate it again. The 5-colored whirlpool dantian in his body kept spinning, and the 5 attributes of energy were mixed together and extracted towards the golden meridians. The 5 types of energy were mixed together, and the energy was extremely explosive and powerful, causing Ling Xiao's already expanded meridians to feel pain. In the end, he still squeezed out a small ball of 5-colored energy. He felt that the power of this energy ball was even more explosive than what he usually condensed. He himself cultivated all 5 attributes at the same time. His aura was much stronger than other martial artists of the same level. However, this energy mass that was fused together was several times stronger than as usual. It was just like the terrifying energy produced by the 3 divine fingers. He couldn't help but wonder if he could fuse the 5 attributes together and use the 3 divine fingers. Wouldn't the power be even more terrifying? However, it was already very difficult to extract the 5 types of energy at the same time, and to use them smoothly and vividly. It was not something that could be done in a day. Not far away, the evil emperor looked at the 5-colored energy in Ling Xiao's hands in astonishment, and a bitter feeling arose in his heart. How can this kid do it so quickly? I've spent hundreds of years to evolve and create this divine art. Looks like I didn't take this disciple for nothing. In the following days, under the guidance of the evil emperor, Ling Xiao used the Supreme Evil King technique to absorb spiritual energy to cultivate. 5 different types of spiritual energy continuously gathered towards his Tianling acupoint, and in the end, all of them fell into the rainbow dantian. With regards to this, he was too familiar with the Supreme Evil King technique and the 3 parts origin Qi, so it only took Ling Xiao a few days to be able to hold it. The evil emperor almost collapsed. In the end, he could not help but ask, "Kid, how did you do it in such a short period of time?" This disciple is talented and intelligent. This cultivation technique is not difficult to comprehend. Ling Xiao spread out his hands and said sincerely. When the evil emperor heard this, he immediately left in defeat. He realized that accepting this disciple was too much of a blow to him. He had spent hundreds of years to create a divine art, and the arduous process of kneading it was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Thinking back to the time when he had fused the 5 attributes together, it had taken him a full 3 years to achieve a small success. At that time, he felt that he could be called a genius. He never thought that the disciple he had accepted would be even more abnormal. In less than 2 months, he had reached the small success realm. This made him feel ashamed, and at the same time, he was glad that he had accepted such a monstrous disciple. Of course, The evil emperor did not expect that the 3 parts origin Qi that Ling Xiao cultivated was very similar to his unique evil king technique. Ling Xiao had already cultivated the 3 parts origin Qi for a few years, and his understanding of it was already completely clear. Of course, it would not be too difficult for him to cultivate the unique evil king technique that was similar to it. However, Ling Xiao always felt that the 2 divine arts could definitely be fused together. Only by learning from each other's strengths and making up for each other's weaknesses would it be easier and faster to cultivate, and the power would be even greater. In the following days, Ling Xiao painstakingly studied the method to fuse the 2 divine arts. The evil emperor did not disturb him and allowed him to explore on his own. Taking advantage of his free time, he went out a few more times. Every time he came back, he would bring back extremely high-level strange flowers and herbs for the people around Ling Xiao, and urge them to immediately absorb them to increase their power. At the same time, he would also teach them some cultivation insights and experiences, so that they would have a clearer understanding of the direction of their advancement. Everyone was extremely grateful to the evil emperor for his generosity in teaching them. In half a year, the group had corresponding breakthroughs and improvements under the supervision of the evil emperor. The savage leopard and the prodigal did not advance, but their strength had become even more consolidated. The blue flood dragon, on the other hand, had been rewarded with a water attribute beast core and a stock of 7th grade water attribute spirit herb by the evil Dharch. It had finally advanced to become a low-tier, 7th grade powerful spirit beast, and its strength was already comparable to a low-tier mystic Dharch. The Golden Wolf King's advancement was even faster. It had been forcefully fed 2 Tier 6 beast cores and 2 stalks of Tier 6 high-tier spirit herbs by the evil Dharch, and it had broken through from Tier 5 high-tier to Tier 6 mid-tier. However, during the advancement process, it had almost shed a layer of skin. The explosive energy contained in the 2 Tier 6 beast cores was not something it could withstand, but it was directly suppressed by the evil Thearka's powerful energy. Finally, it had dissipated that energy and was able to achieve the magnificent feat of advancing continuously. Poison Scorpion, under the guidance of the evil emperor, finally stepped into the realm of half-supreme. As long as he could realize his own Tao, he would become a true supreme. This almost made Poison Scorpion cry tears of joy. One had to know that he had been stuck at the peak stage of the Earth Sovereign for a long time. However, he did not receive any praise from the evil emperor for his great improvement in strength. Instead, he received a torrent of abuse. According to the evil emperor's original words, Poison Scorpion is a stupid pig. If he can't even realize his own Tao, he might as well commit suicide. When Poison Scorpion heard this, he almost wanted to find a hole in the ground and bury himself in it. Finally, the evil emperor gave him a final warning. If he did not step into the supreme stage before he left, he would be killed. Otherwise, he would be useless. The others were frightened by the evil emperor's prestige, and they all worked hard to break through. Kaixia, Bayushi, Wait Dyer, Hua Xiao, Tangguada, Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Lung Shi, and the 8 generals all used the spirit herbs provided by the evil emperor and advanced 1 level each. Yi Yunfeng broke through from the high-stage monarch stage to the Earth Sovereign stage, and he was the only one who was praised by the evil emperor. Feng Xinyun's physique was outstanding, and she did not need the support of the spirit herbs to advance to the high-stage Earth Sovereign stage. The evil emperor did not treat Feng Xinyun with any respect, but a strong sense of admiration flashed in his old eyes. As for Xianyao, the evil emperor did not give him any guidance, but he gave him an ancient scroll, which made Xianyao cry in joy. Chapter 569. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao and the others had already stayed in the space that the evil emperor had opened up for 7 months. Ling Xiao studied the pros and cons of the 2 cultivation techniques, and finally extracted the advantages of the 2, combining the 2 divine arts into 1 to cultivate. He named the new technique Supreme Returning to Origin Technique. It was a completely new technique that belonged solely to him. Not only did it have the self-circulation and distinct levels of the 3 parts origin chi, but it also had the effect of absorbing 5 types of attributes at the same time. The amount of spirit energy absorbed would be 5 times that of others, and the speed at which one could advance would greatly increase. There is a huge difference between his cultivation technique and the unique Evil King technique, and that was that no matter if it was 2 or 3 types of martial arts, it could be cultivated. It was not like the unique Evil King technique, which required 5 types of martial arts to be cultivated at the same time in order to unleash the power of the technique. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation technique was improved from 2 types of cultivation techniques created by his predecessors, it had also created a new era of cultivation techniques. This was because this cultivation technique could be cultivated by any martial warriors with multiple attributes. As long as those martial warriors with multiple attributes possessed the unique origin chi, they would not need to cultivate multiple cultivation techniques at the same time, thus reducing the time spent on cultivation and greatly increasing the speed of their advancement. Ling Xiao did not know that his improved cultivation technique from the 2 divine arts had become a top-notch divine-level cultivation technique, causing the future generations to revere him. Ling Xiao discussed this cultivation technique with his master, the Evil Emperor. After a round of comprehension, the Evil Emperor could not help but exclaim, "That's right, previously when I created the unique Evil King technique, I felt that it was lacking something, but now I realize that after you improved it, it is perfect. Good. Master did not misjudge you. Your comprehension ability can be said to be a genius." Ling Xiao blushed a little from the Evil Emperor's praise. After all, he had only borrowed the strengths of the 2 cultivation techniques to make up for his shortcomings, and did not make too many innovations. This title of Heaven's Chosen Genius made him feel very guilty. However, it was not convenient for him to explain to the Evil Emperor that his other cultivation technique came from another world. He was afraid that if he said it, the Evil Emperor would treat him as a madman. Therefore, Ling Xiao could only hide the secret in his heart. Xiao, now that you've mastered the unique Evil King mystic art, and you've even improved it, I'm sure you'll be able to surpass me in the future. I have no more regrets, the Evil Emperor said. He had thought that it would take at least a year for Ling Xiao to comprehend and learn the unique Evil King technique. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao only needed to memorize the incantation to master it in 2 months. Then, he spent another half a year to improve the divine technique. This really surprised and delighted him. "It's all thanks to Master's guidance," Ling Xiao said modestly. "It's rare for you to know how to be humble." The Evil Emperor laughed lightly, then said, "Master doesn't have anything else to teach you now, so I'll tell you about some of the comprehensions and breakthroughs between the various stages." Ling Xiao listened quietly. The experience and comprehension of his master, a super expert who had already stepped into the heaven realm, was not something that ordinary people could listen to. Moreover, his master and he cultivated 5 attributes at the same time. After several days of explanation, Ling Xiao only understood half of it. You just need to remember what Master said these few days. In the future, when you break through, you will naturally understand, the Evil Emperor said. Ling Xiao replied, "Your disciple understands." After pausing for a moment, he asked the question that he had always wanted to ask. "Master, what realm has your strength reached now?" The Evil Emperor asked, "Do you really want to know?" Ling Xiao hurriedly nodded and replied, "Of course I want to know. Your disciple still wants to catch up to your strength as soon as possible." "Haha, kid, you have some ambition. However, if you want to catch up to Master's strength, I'm afraid it won't be easy without thousands of years of effort." The Evil Emperor laughed happily. "Thousands of years of effort. It takes so long." Ling Xiao sighed. "And this time is already considered to be overestimating you. You need to know that the higher the level, the more energy you need to accumulate, and the more profound your understanding of advancing will be. It will not be as fast as before," the Evil Emperor replied. He then said, Master's realm has already reached the middle stage of the Holy Emperor, and Master has already lived for nearly 10,000 years to reach this level of strength. In the central region, I can already be considered to be at the top, but in the heaven realm, I am still too small. Master has already reached the middle stage of the Holy Emperor realm. This kind of strength is still very small in the heaven realm. Ling Xiao exclaimed. The evil emperor nodded and said, "That's right, there are many experts in the heaven realm, and there are many people like me. This is also the reason why Master wants to return to the central region to find a disciple to pass on my legacy. I don't know when I will be killed in the heaven realm, and I don't want my supreme evil king technique to be lost just like that. Master, the mystic emperor can already dominate the central region. Could it be that there are many holy emperors in the heaven realm? Or are there many god realm existences in the heaven realm?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. In his heart, there was a faint desire to go to the heaven realm to see the legendary saint and god realm existences. Actually, your understanding of the realms isn't very clear. Let me tell you about the realms after Emperor Xian. Actually, it isn't as you think divided into the saint and god realms. Breaking the emperor realm to enter the saint realm is just a normal saint realm. There is still a huge gap between the two realms and the saint emperor realm. Saint realm and saint emperor realm belong to the saint level, and the difference between the two realms is like the other realms. Although there's only one word difference between the two realms, the gap between the two realms is like 100,000 miles. After the saint emperor realm is the god realm, but after the god realm is still divided into the god king realm and the incipient god realm. As for whether or not there is a higher realm, I don't know. You should know that there is no limit to martial arts. As long as you have enough comprehension and talent, you will eventually break through the limit. After Ling Xiao heard this, he fell into a state of shock and sluggishness. He had always thought that after the mystic emperor realm was the saint and god realms. However, he did not know that there were two more stages between the saint and god realms. They were the saint, the holy emperor, the god king, and the incipient god realm. These stages made Ling Xiao feel a heavy pressure. No wonder his master was afraid that something bad would happen to him in the heaven realm. There was a whole new world above the heaven realm. The holy emperor might just be an ordinary character there. You don't have to think too much. You don't have to think too much about it. There aren't many saint realm experts in the central territory, and the only way to continue breaking through once you've attained that realm is to reach the heaven region. You should focus on improving your strength for now, and you can come look for me once you've attained the saint realm. The evil emperor patted Ling Xiao on the shoulder, and then he placed a crystal in Ling Xiao's hand. This is a life crystal. You'll be able to sense my location once you've arrived at the central territory. Ling Xiao carefully put away the transparent crystal. I have taught you everything I can, and I believe that you will be able to surpass me. In another year, you must participate in the imperial ranking competition and strive to become the champion. Don't let your master's reputation down, the evil emperor said. He then said, "There's still a few months before the one-year period ends. You should stay here quietly and increase your strength. I will go out for a walk and then return to the heaven realm." When Ling Xiao heard the evil emperor's words, it seemed that he was going to leave now, and a sense of reluctance arose in his heart. He hadn't been with the evil emperor for too long, but he had learned many things from the evil emperor that others would never be able to learn in their entire lives. He knelt down heavily towards the evil emperor and said, "Master, take care. This disciple will definitely go to the heaven realm to see you as soon as possible." The evil emperor revealed a slight smile, then rubbed Ling Xiao's head and said, "Remember, don't let your master's reputation down." With that, he disappeared from the space. At the same time, there were a few changes in the space, as if the defense of the space had changed. "Master, you must take care. Your disciple will definitely not let you down." Ling Xiao stood up and thought with determination. After the evil emperor left, Ling Xiao began to wholeheartedly cultivate. During the day, he would cultivate the unique origin energy, and at night, he would study the second stage of the soul-controlling art, soul control. Time flowed like water, and a few months quickly passed. The 1-year period was already up. Ling Xiao's strength increased rapidly, reaching the peak of the low-level Earth Emperor realm. This was the first time in recent years that he had quietly closed his cultivation. One of the reasons why he was able to reach the peak of the low-level Earth Emperor realm so quickly was because the unique origin energy could absorb 5 types of spiritual energy at the same time, greatly increasing his cultivation speed. And the 3 foreign objects in his sea of consciousness were also absorbing spiritual energy for him at all times. Furthermore, he had previously consumed the Demon Emperor flower, so there wouldn't be any obstacles on his path to becoming an emperor. Before he left, Poison Scorpion finally comprehended his own Tao and achieved the true strength of an Empyrean. He laughed crazily and said, "Lord Evil Emperor, young master, I've finally become an Empyrean." Unfortunately, the evil emperor could not hear his words. Ling Xiao stopped cultivating. He was not in a hurry to leave, but chose to concoct pills. Now that the strength of the people who followed him had increased slightly, before he left, he had to prepare a batch of pills in case of emergencies. At the same time, he had to improve the strength of the people who could still improve. Ling Xiao had long been a level 6 alchemist. Now that his spiritual energy had increased significantly, he was even more adept at concocting level 6 pills. When the group found out that Ling Xiao was already a level 6 alchemist, they were all shocked, especially the newly joined Yinfeng. This was the first time he had seen his boss's true abilities, and he was even more impressed. While Ling Xiao was concocting pills, he let Hua Xiaogui watch from the side. He believed that after watching him concoct pills, Hua Xiaogui would gain some enlightenment and step out of the level 3 realm to become a level 4 alchemist. Sure enough, on the 5th day of Ling Xiao's concoction, Hua Xiaogui finally gained some enlightenment and refined a level 4 king pill. This made him extremely happy. It was much more difficult to advance the ranks of an alchemist than to advance through cultivation. Every increase in rank meant that one's status would become more distinguished. Hua Xiaogui had entered the level 4 realm, and he could be considered to have started on the path of alchemy. Chapter 570. Ling Xiao had concocted a batch of pills of different grades. In addition to healing pills, there were also pills for leveling up, such as the King Pinnacle pill, the Emperor Ascension pill, the Spirit Sovereign pill, and the Transcendent pill. The Majestic Elixir was used to increase the success rate of breaking through to the Earthly Sovereign realm. The Emperor Elixir was used to advance to the Earthly Sovereign realm. The Spirit Elixir and Reincarnation Elixir had similar effects to the Majestic Elixir and the Emperor Elixir respectively. The difference was that the former was used to increase the success rate of breaking through to the Celestial Master realm, while the latter was used to advance to the Celestial Master realm. These elixirs were very precious, even in the central region. Ling Xiao had seen them at the auction in Fengdu before. He distributed some elixirs to everyone to help them advance to the next level. At the same time, he planned to keep some to sell at the auction. Since Ling Xiao almost lost the soul-controlling art a year ago, he felt that he had to earn a lot of Xian crystals. Without enough Xian crystals, he would not be able to get what he wanted in the future. Ling Xiao distributed the elixirs to everyone. Xianyao, Yi Yunfeng, and Poison Scorpion took the elixirs and advanced to the next level. Within a year, Xianyao had reached the peak of the Monarch realm. He had taken the Monarch pill and broken through to the low-level Earth Sovereign realm. Then, he had taken the Emperor Ascension pill and directly advanced to the mid-level Earth Sovereign realm. Previously, Yi Yunfeng had broken through to the low-level Earth Sovereign realm by himself. After taking the Emperor Ascension pill, he had also reached the mid-level Earth Sovereign realm. If he used the Spirit Ascension technique to increase his combat strength by 3 times, he would have few opponents in the same level as him. He could even fight against opponents 1 level higher than him. Unfortunately, after using this technique, he would be completely powerless for 3 days. Poison Scorpion took the Reincarnation Elixir and advanced to the middle-level Heavenly Master realm. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that he would be able to advance 2 ranks within a year. He was truly elated. He was very glad that he had chosen to follow his young master. Otherwise, he would not have reached this level in the blink of an eye. This was equivalent to reducing decades or even hundreds of years of cultivation. The others could not take the elixirs for the time being. After all, they had not reached the edge of breaking through and were not suitable to take the elixirs. After leaving, Ling Xiao gathered everyone together. A year has passed, and I'm very happy to see that everyone's strength has made a small breakthrough. However, I hope that none of you can be arrogant and conceited. After all, there are still many people who are stronger than us. Now that we're preparing to leave, I'll let the military advisor tell us what we should do in the future, said Ling Xiao seriously. Everyone became solemn. They had no objections to Ling Xiao's words. Xianxia took a step forward and gently waved the white paper fan in his hand. Since young master has appointed me as his military advisor, then I believe that I am qualified to take on this heavy responsibility. He paused for a moment before continuing. Just as Lord Demonic Emperor said, our strength is still very weak. If we want to establish a foothold in the central region, we are still too insignificant. If you follow young master now, you will only become a burden to him. Not many of you will be able to help young master. Don't deny this. Speaking up to this point, many of them revealed expressions of guilt. Indeed, when they followed by Ling Xiao's side, they couldn't help much. It was almost always young master who was protecting them. Now that Xianxia had pointed this out, they felt ashamed. Li Kuanghu stood up and said, military advisor is right. Without young master, there would be no Kuanghu today. However, we can't help young master with his worries. Instead, young master has to protect us everywhere. This makes me feel guilty. Military advisor, what should we do so that we can help young master as soon as possible? At this time, the others followed in unison. Military advisor, please give us instructions so that we can help young master as soon as possible. Their thoughts were the same as Li Kuanghu's. They hoped that they could truly do something for Ling Xiao. Xianxia looked at everyone with satisfaction and said, good. Since you have such determination, then I will guide you on the path to take in the future. As for whether or not you can become truly strong, it will depend on your own luck. Poison Master, Solitary Eagle, Kuanghu, Cold Snake, where are the 8 generals? Xianxia shouted. The 12 of them stood up at the same time and replied, here. Your main battlefield will be the 10,000 Broken Mountain Range, where countless mercenary groups gather. High-level spirit beasts and rare herbs can be found everywhere, and opportunities are everywhere. Your goal is to blend into the mercenary groups and become stronger on your own. I will give you 10 years to develop. I want you to become the best of the mercenary groups in the 10,000 Broken Mountain Range and form your own mercenary group, Xianxia announced. After pausing for a moment, he continued. Of course, if you are unable to do this, then it is possible that you have already become a ghost under the claws of other spirit beasts. If you do not die, then you will become stronger. This is the path that you must walk. The 12 of them looked at each other and replied in unison, yes, Bai Ming. Very good. Right now, your strength is still too weak. There is no need to be too anxious. Young master has given you pills to improve your strength. 10 years is enough for you to do a lot of things. Poison Master will be responsible for escorting you, Xianxia said slowly. Military advisor, if they become mercenaries, then what should we do? Yi Yanfeng asked impatiently. Now that his strength had greatly improved, he could not wait to find someone to practice his skills. Moreover, becoming a free mercenary had always been his dream. It was only because of his status in the family that he had not put it into practice. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he naturally did not want to miss it. Your goal is not to become an ordinary mercenary. You have more important things to do, Xianxia said as he looked at Yi Yanfeng. What is it? Military advisor, tell me quickly. Yi Yanfeng asked anxiously. You have to participate in the Imperial Ranking Tournament in a year's time. During this year, you have to consolidate your strength and try to shine brilliantly in the Imperial Ranking Tournament. Perhaps you'll have a chance to fix your shortcomings, said Xianxia. The Imperial Roll Tournament? That is a gathering of all the earthly sovereigns within 100 years of age in the Central Region. To be able to enter the top 1,000 is already very impressive, Yi Yinfeng said with a look of longing. There were countless earthly sovereigns in the Central Region, and the Imperial Ranking Tournament that was held once every 10 years was even more exciting. The elite experts of the major sects and clans would all come out to fight for the chance to shine in the Imperial Ranking Tournament. The earthly sovereigns who could enter the top 100 would be conferred the title of Battle Emperor. Those who enter the top 10 would be conferred the title of Killer Emperor. Those who won first place would be conferred the title of First Sovereign and would become famous in the Central Region. In the past, those who could enter the Killer Emperor title would have limitless achievements in the future, and the First Sovereign, who appeared in every Imperial Roll Tournament, was a supreme existence who would ascend to the throne in the future. The combat strength of these people was already comparable to that of a Celestial Venerable. Once they became Celestial Venerables, they would be invincible among their peers. Yi Yinfeng had lived in the Central Region since he was a child, so he had naturally heard of the Imperial Roll Tournament. It had been his ultimate dream since he was a child. Your goal is not just to enter the top 1,000, but to enter the top 100, Xianxia said seriously as he stared at Yi Yinfeng. What? Don't joke around, military advisor. Although my strength has improved, it's obviously impossible for me to enter the top 100, Yi Yinfeng said while waving his hands. Of course it's impossible with your current strength, but you must have this strength in 1 year. Otherwise, you can scram back to the Yi family, Xianxia said confidently. This? Yi Yinfeng didn't know what to say for a moment. He felt that Xianxia's requirements were too high. One had to know how vast the Central Region was. There were as many earthly sovereigns within 100 years of age as there were hairs on a cow. Moreover, the elite combat strength of the various major sects and clans was even more terrifying. He was only a mid-level earthly sovereign who had relied on elixirs to advance, so he didn't have the confidence to enter the top 100. Don't worry. Continue to cultivate quietly this year. The young master will provide you with sufficient spirit herbs and mysterious crystals to absorb. It will be enough for you to make another breakthrough in 1 year, Xianxia said. Yi Yinfeng clenched his fists and said, all right. Since military advisor thinks so highly of me, I will definitely not disappoint everyone. I, Yi Yinfeng, will definitely enter the top 100 and become famous in the Central Region. Xianxia and Ling Xiao looked at Yi Yinfeng with satisfaction. They believed that he wouldn't disappoint them. Then, Xianxia looked at Hua, Xiaogui, and Tangwada. The two immediately became nervous, as if they were afraid that Xianxia's requirements would be even higher. Both of you are geniuses in alchemy and blacksmithing. Your future will be based on your respective fields. However, following the young master will only hinder your development. Therefore, after you leave this place, you will head to the Martial Spirit City and join the Martial Spirit Court. That is where you belong, Xianxia said. The number 1 Martial Spirit Court? Everyone cried out in surprise. Hua Xiaogui and Tangwada revealed a look of disbelief. They never thought that Xianxia would make such an arrangement. The Martial Spirit Court was the number 1 power in the Central Region. If they wanted to recruit disciples, or even guards, their requirements would definitely be very high. Could the two of them really enter the Martial Spirit Court? At this time, even Ling Xiao's expression changed. Xianxia ignored everyone's gaze and continued. Your fate is in your hands. Whether you can grasp it or not depends on yourself. Of course, I believe that with your tenbin and opportunities, you will become the most outstanding alchemy and blacksmithing masters in the future. This is the only way you can help the young master and share his burden. After Hua, Xiaogui, and Tangwada heard this, they looked at each other and nodded heavily. Cruel Leopard and Zai will stay by the young master's side and take on the responsibility of protecting the young master. I will not make any arrangements for the other young ladies. Everything will depend on your own opportunities. Xianxia glanced at the woman beside Ling Xiao and said, he could make arrangements for other people, But when it came to Ling Zhao's women, he did not dare to make decisions on his own. If he did that, he would be overstepping his authority. At this time, Wei Dyer stood up and said, "Military advisor, I am willing to join the mercenary group and fight with them." Although Wei Dyer's current strength had reached the high-level king level, she couldn't be of much help when she was by Ling Zhao's side. The other women were all more outstanding than her. She didn't want to be left further and further behind, so she wanted to join the mercenary group and return to her original profession. She wanted to make herself stronger and prove that she was definitely not just a pretty face. She wanted to prove that she was worthy of Ling Xiao. Chapter 571. Wei Dyer suddenly made such a decision, causing everyone to be stunned. Ling Xiao said, "Dyer, stop messing around. You can just follow me and cultivate in the future." Now that Ling Xiao had become the leader of the group, and Wei Dyer's identity had been confirmed, he no longer called her sister. Instead, he called her by her name, which was more intimate. Ling Xiao could feel Wei Dyer's thoughts, but he didn't want Wei Dyer to take such a risk. Moreover, most of the mercenaries that she mingled with were ruffians who killed without batting an eye. If anything happened to her, Ling Xiao would be blamed for it for the rest of his life. "Xiao, I don't want to stay by your side and become a burden to you. I can also help you. My current strength is too weak. I feel that I can only grow faster through tempering myself. In the future, I can also help you conquer the world." Wei Dyer held Ling Zhao's hand, her beautiful eyes filled with determination as she spoke. Ling Xiao immediately refused. "No, those mercenaries are all cruel and merciless people. How can I bear to let you face that predicament? Stay by my side. I won't let you suffer." "No, you don't understand. I'm not willing to live a mediocre life like this. I don't want to wait until you become an emperor or a saint in the future, and I still have nothing to do. Xiao, let me go. I definitely won't drag everyone down," Wei Dyer pleaded. Just as Ling Xiao wanted to say something, Xianxia said from the side, "Let Sister Dyer go. With the poison master protecting her, she should be fine." But Ling Xiao still wanted to say something, but he was once again interrupted by Xianxia. "If you force Dyer to stay by your side, she will not be happy for the rest of her life. She should have her own path to walk. We should respect her, shouldn't we? Sister Yu is right. If I stay by your side forever and let you protect me, then I will be no different from a cripple. I will feel very unhappy. Xiao, please allow me to make a decision this time, okay?" Wei Dyer begged again. This time, Ling Xiao was speechless. He was thinking about Wei Dyer's safety, but he neglected her feelings. She also needed to live an exciting life. Looking at her pleading eyes, Ling Xiao sighed and said, "All right, since you're so persistent, I won't force you. But remember, you have to be careful. Don't try to show off." "Yes, thank you for your smile. I won't disappoint you," Wei Dyer replied happily. At this time, Ling Xiao looked at Feng Xianyun, Kai Shiyue, and Bai Yushi and said indifferently, "Do you have any other thoughts?" Since even Wei Dyer wanted to go out and explore the world, he didn't know if the rest of them had the same idea. He had to ask them about it. Even though they were his women, Ling Xiao felt that it was necessary to respect their opinions. Feng Xianyun was the first to declare, "I don't want to leave you." Feng Xianyun was a priestess of the Gu clan, and the people of the Gu clan had always been faithful to their feelings. They would never be half-hearted. Even though Ling Xiao had broken her love Gu, her feelings for Ling Xiao were still the same. She couldn't leave Ling Xiao. She knew she couldn't do it. Kai Shiyue also echoed, "I don't want to leave you either." Ling Xiao was not surprised by the two women's attitude, and it also made Ling Xiao feel satisfied. After all, his life was lacking women. Finally, his gaze fell on Bai Yushi. Bai Yushi said helplessly, "Young master, I don't know how to choose. I just want to stay by young master's side and take care of you, but I'm afraid that young master will think that I'm not good enough." Bai Yushi's heart was very conflicted. Her thoughts were actually very simple. She only wanted to be her young master's personal maid, and did not want to do anything else, But as Ling Xiao became stronger and stronger, more and more women would gather around him. Even Wei Dyer felt a sense of crisis, so how could she not be aware of it? She wanted to stay by Ling Xiao's side, but she was afraid that she would be ignored in the future. However, to let her join the mercenary group like Wei Dyer and spend her days in slaughter, she felt that it was too terrifying. Who asked her to be born weak? For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Ling Xiao lightly held her shoulders and said, "Yushi, you stay by my side." Bai Yushi was a woman who deserved to be cherished. Ling Xiao didn't dare to let her go like Wei Dyer did. After he established his power, he planned to hand all the servants over to Bai Yushi to manage. This could be considered as giving her something to do. Everyone had been arranged, and everyone was ready to leave. Savage Leopard was the strongest among the group. He forcefully blasted a hole in the space, and countless sand and wind poured down from above. Everyone was already prepared, and they all shot toward the ground. When everyone was in midair, the original space had caved in. Everyone took a deep look at the ground and started a new journey. The 9 Blood Phoenix Eagles had already advanced to the 6th rank, and with them leading the way, it looked extraordinary. "Fraud, where is this place? How far is it from the Wind Capital?" Ling Xiao asked Xianxia. When he was brought here by the evil emperor, he didn't even see the road clearly. Now, he felt abnormally confused about this boundless desert. This is the Desert of Wind, and it is indeed the Feng clan's territory, but it is already very far away from the Wind Capital. If we return to the Wind Capital from here, it will take at least a month to fly at full speed, Xianxia replied. What? This place is already so far away from the Wind Capital. I remember when Master brought me here, it seemed like it only took a short while to arrive here. Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. Savage Leopard interrupted from the side. The evil emperor is already a saint, and he can tear through space to fly. His speed is naturally not something we can compare with. If I fly at full speed back to the Wind Capital, I estimate that it will take about half a month. That's right, the higher the strength, the faster the flying speed, not to mention the speed of a saint, Xianxia replied. He then said, "Right now, we are not returning to the Wind Capital, but to the Sand Sky City. It is closer to here, and once we arrive at the Sand Sky City, it will be time to split up." "No problem. I will listen to you, fraud," Ling Xiao nodded. Everyone flew in the Desert of Wind, and from time to time, some sand-piercing beasts that existed in the desert appeared. The strongest of the sand-piercing beasts were at the high stage of the 4th stage, and they were just the right opponents for everyone to practice with. In this desert, they could occasionally find some yellow sand and stones needed for refining, and they were all happily collected by Tanguagua. After flying for about 13 days, they finally arrived at the Sand Sky City. This was a city that existed at the edge of the desert, and the surrounding walls were like an iron fortress, completely isolating the wind and sand. Although the walls were sturdy, after thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years of wind and sand erosion, they had also become yellow spots. After arriving at the Sand Sky City, Ling Xiao distributed some elixirs and spirit herbs to everyone so that they could hold on to them for emergencies. At the same time, he told them to take out a few elixirs and auction them off when they reached the other cities, as a way to earn their first Xian crystals. In the central region, it was impossible to survive without Xian crystals. The 1,000 Broken Mountain Range is a famous dangerous place in the central region. Opportunities and dangers always coexist, so you must be careful. Ling Xiao warned. "Don't worry, young master. We will definitely survive." Poison Scorpion replied, and the others nodded firmly. "I also believe that you will succeed," Ling Xiao replied. Xianxia said, "In 10 years, you will constantly hear about the young master's deeds. After 10 years, you will naturally know where to find the young master." Poison Scorpion, Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Cold Snake, Wei Dyer, and the 8 generals all bowed to Ling Xiao, then took the lead and set off on the journey to the 1,000 Broken Mountain Range. Looking at the group of people leaving, Ling Xiao felt a lot of emotions in his heart. At the same time, he was also looking forward to the next time he saw them. Next, Hua Xiao Gui and Tangwugwa also had to go to the martial spirit city of the central region. The martial spirit city is different from other places. It is the true holy land of the central region, and countless people want to enter the martial spirit court and become a part of it. Although the two of you are Tenbin outstanding, it is still a waste that you are not discovered by the higher-ups of the martial spirit court. Here's a brocade pouch. When you arrive at the martial spirit court, open the brocade pouch and follow the instructions in the brocade pouch. You will obtain your own opportunities. Remember, do not open the brocade pouch until you arrive at the martial spirit court. You must be cautious along the way, do not make enemies with others, and endure everything. Xianxia passed the two brocade pouches to Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guogua respectively. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guogua replied in unison, "Yes, military advisor. If you can enter the martial spirit court, then in the future, you will also be as famous as the young master in the central region. I hope you will cherish this opportunity and do not disappoint the young master." Xianxia seemed to think highly of the two of them, and his eyes revealed a look of admiration. "Little turtle, this young master has high hopes for the two of you. Do not make the boss lose face." Ling Xiao heavily patted the two of them on the shoulder and said encouragingly. Hua Xiaogui could not help but hug Ling Xiao tightly. With a reluctant tone, he said, "Boss, little turtle will definitely not lose face for you." Hua Xiaogui's friendship with Ling Xiao was like that of a brother. It was difficult for others to understand. He secretly decided that no matter how high his achievements in the future, he would always be the boss's little brother and would never betray the boss. "Boss, you tricked me from the southern wasteland to here, and then you kicked me to the other side. It is really not good, but you're the first person that I, Tangguagua, admire. In the future, when I become a sacred tool master, I will definitely make you a peerless sacred tool." Tangguagua heavily punched Ling Xiao on the shoulder. Along the way, Tangguagua had been completely convinced by Ling Xiao's ability. Not only did he have monstrous combat strength, he also had such a loyal and powerful follower, and he also had the noble identity of a sixth-grade alchemist. All of these made him deeply convinced. In the future, he must become a spiritual tool master or even a sacred tool master, side by side with Ling Xiao, and become famous in the central region. "Good. I will wait for the time when you return from your studies. But at that time, you must be prepared. This young master will not wait for you, haha," Ling Xiao said with a heroic laugh. The three of them said their goodbyes, and in the end, they parted ways. Chapter 572. Poison Scorpion, Lone Eagle, Hua, Xiaogui, and Tangguo went to different cities from the transmission array of Sansky City. Ling Xiao took Xianxia, Cruel Leopard, and the others to the North Water boundary. Ling Xiao planned to rescue Yinmengqi in this year, and then participate in the Imperial List tournament. Although the Dark Water sect was a fifth-grade sect, Ling Xiao's current strength was not enough to be afraid of, because he already had 3 Xian Emperor-level helpers. Cruel Leopard had already broken through to Xian Emperor a year ago, and his realm was already stable. With his experience and the 8 demonic saber that Ling Xiao taught him, he could even fight with a low-level Xian Emperor at the peak. His mount, the demonic armored leopard, had also been upgraded by the evil emperor to a low-level 7th-grade spirit beast. The blue water dragon had also been upgraded to a low-level 7th-grade spirit beast. Its strength was not what it used to be. With the help of these 3 helpers, why would Ling Xiao be afraid of a mere 5th-grade sect? However, Cruel Leopard had some concerns. After all, the Dark Water sect was a branch of the Black Demon sect that he had originally established. After all, the Demon sect had many hidden forces. Although the Dark Water sect was a 5th-grade sect, Cruel Leopard would not treat it as a 5th-grade sect, because no one knew the secrets of the Demon sect better than him. Any opponent who looked down on the Demon sect had already gone to hell to repent. The North Water boundary was adjacent to the Death Soul mountain range. It was a famous and dangerous place in the central region. The North Water boundary belonged to the territory of the Black Demon sect and occupied hundreds of cities. This was the sphere of influence of the wicked and a paradise for crime. Here, as long as your fist was hard enough and your strength was strong enough, you could do whatever you wanted and be a tyrant. For tens of thousands of years, the area between the North Water Boundary and the Death Soul Mountain Range was the most chaotic. It was precisely because of such an environment that several bloodthirsty demons were born. The Black Demon sect had been established in such an environment. It hadn't been established for more than 10,000 years, but it had become one of the 18 great sects. So, it was difficult for others to estimate its strength. The founding ancestor of the Black Demon sect, the Demon Emperor, was an ambitious and ruthless hero of his generation. Relying on his ruthless killing methods and astonishing tenbin, he gathered a large number of dark attribute experts and established the Black Demon sect in the North Water Boundary. After thousands of years of development, the Black Demon sect developed into a third-grade sect in one fell swoop and became an illustrious giant in the central region. It was a pity that the great ancestor of the Black Demon sect had been missing for more than 5,000 years. There were many different opinions in the outside world. Some people said that the Demon Emperor had been killed by the joint forces of other forces. Some people said that the Demon Emperor had failed to break through to the saint level. So, he had fallen into the devil's path and died. Some people said that the Demon Emperor had been betrayed by his own brothers in the Black Demon sect. So, he had been imprisoned forever. The Black Demon sect wasn't as powerful as it was today at that time. All the forces thought that the disappearance of the Demon Emperor would turn the Black Demon sect into a pile of loose sand. They thought that the Black Demon sect would fall apart. But the result was beyond everyone's expectations. After the disappearance of the Demon Emperor, who was a brother of the Demon Emperor, ascended to the position of the sect master. He reorganized the Black Demon sect with lightning speed. Then, after more than 1,000 years, the Black Demon sect announced that the Demon Emperor had become a saint. For a time, the Black Demon sect's limelight was close to that of many old and powerful forces. After another 1,000 years of development, the Black Demon sect had rebounded under the suppression of many forces. It had annihilated the Hall of Holy Light, a third-grade sect that had been ranked at the top of the 18 great sects. It had ascended to the second place of the 18 great sects. Its strength was second only to the Martial Spirit Pavilion. It was on par with the Medicine sect, which was famous for its alchemy. Since the destruction of the Hall of Holy Light, many forces had issued a proposal to the Martial Spirit Pavilion, hoping that the Martial Spirit Pavilion would unite with other forces to suppress the Black Demon sect. But at this time, the Black Demon sect announced that it was willing to live in peace with many forces and was willing to cede the territory occupied by the Hall of Holy Light. All the forces were confused by this move of the Black Demon sect. But after the forces divided the territory of the Hall of Holy Light, they no longer mentioned the matter of besieging the Black Demon sect. Therefore, the Black Demon sect had enough time to develop and solidify its position. They also rarely stirred up trouble. So many forces gradually let down their guard. No matter what, the evil sect Xian technique that they cultivated had always made people feel that it was a crime against the heavens and reason. It was too cruel and could not be tolerated by the world. Therefore, it was difficult for the people of the Black Demon sect to coexist with the people of other forces. In recent years, the arrogance of the Black Demon sect had gradually risen. Many times, they had fought with many forces in some secret places for spirit treasures, killed people and robbed goods, and killed people of the same path. They had also appeared in some cities to capture babies, virgins, and virgins for the demon cultivators. This series of actions had caused the anger of many forces. But now that the Black Demon sect had been established, any forces that wanted to touch the Black Demon sect would face a strong counterattack. Until now, the Black Demon sect had become a code name in the hearts of many people. There were many powerful subsidiary forces under the Black Demon sect, and the Dark Water sect was only a medium subsidiary force of the Black Demon sect. It was a fifth-grade sect built on the edge of the North Water region. Every location of the Black Demon sect was built in an extremely harsh environment. It was not a place that ordinary people could find. The Darkwater sect was directly under the jurisdiction of the Darkwater sect, and it was only considered an above-average city in the Northwater region. Like other cities in the Northwater region, it was full of killing and chaos. After 2 months of traveling, Ling Xiao and the others finally arrived at the Darkwater sect. When Ling Xiao and the others appeared, they were immediately met with unfriendly looks from many fierce people, especially when they saw the 3 beautiful women behind Ling Xiao. They didn't even try to hide the desire in their eyes. Even though the 3 women were covered with veils, they could still feel the aggressive gazes, which made them feel very uncomfortable. Bayushi was the first to move closer to Ling Xiao in fear. Ling Xiao patted her shoulder and said, "Don't be afraid. Young master is here." Ling Xiao's voice was like magic, and Bayushi's fear was instantly calmed. "Young master, in this place, we can only compare who is more ruthless. Whoever is more ruthless can shock the scene. If it's just a simple killing, they won't feel afraid. Only when they feel fear from the bottom of their hearts will they not dare to provoke us." Savage Leopard's words rang in Ling Xiao's ears. In the Northwater region, no one knew the situation here better than Cruel Leopard. He breathed in the atmosphere here, and his expression became wild. He felt as if he had returned to the arrogant attitude of when he dominated the Northwater region in the past. Ling Xiao's lips curved into a faint smile. "Don't worry, I know what to do." Right now, he hoped that the troublemakers would come quickly. Before this, he had studied the second stage of the mind-controlling art for a period of time and had some understanding of it. He wanted to find someone to test out its power. Sure enough, not long after they entered the official road, the troublemakers came toward them. There weren't many people walking over, only 5 men. These 5 men looked very ugly and ferocious, which made people feel disgusted at first glance. Not only that, but several of them were more or less disabled. The person in the lead was a bald man with 2 ferocious intersecting scars on his head, which made people feel a sense of fear. The person on his left was a one-eyed man with a black eye patch and an obscene expression in his other eye. The person on the right of the bald man had a pair of ears cut off, and his entire face looked particularly ugly and disgusting. The other 2 people were missing an arm and a leg. These 5 people were known as the 5 ugly and lewd monsters in Peng City, and they were famous for being lewd. The broken limbs and scars on their bodies were all caused by kidnapping women. Among these 5 people, the bald man was the strongest, and he had reached the strength of a low-level heavenly venerable. The one-eyed man and the earless man were high-level earthly emperors, and the other 2 were mid-level earthly emperors. The 5 people blocked in front of Ling Xiao and the others, and the bald man said in a hoarse voice, "Leave the women behind, and all of you get lost." Ling Xiao and the others had all cultivated the hidden breath technique, and everyone's strength was suppressed to the king's stage. They looked like a very ordinary group of people. In the eyes of the 5 ugly and lewd monsters, they were really not worth mentioning. The prodigal boy stood out with a spear in his hand and shouted, "If you don't want to die, get lost. Where did this little brat come from? You're really arrogant. Didn't your parents tell you that a loose tongue can cause trouble?" The one-eyed man snorted with disdain. "Second brother, why are you talking so much to that kid? Just kill them and bring those 3 women to have some fun. Look at their figures. They're really of the highest quality." "I can't hold it in anymore," the earless man said impatiently. At the same time, he took the lead and grabbed Kai Shiyue, who had the most voluptuous figure. "Zizi, remove his hand from me," Ling Xiao said indifferently. The prodigal boy received the order, and the spear in his hand instantly stabbed toward the earless man. The earless man didn't think much of it. He only felt that the other party was a young man. So how powerful could he be? However, as a low-level celestial venerable, the bald man's vision was naturally higher than that of the others. He could see that something was wrong with one glance. "Third brother, be careful," the bald man shouted in shock. At the same time, he pulled out the big knife on his back and slashed toward the prodigal boy. Unfortunately, although the bald man was alerted, it was too late. The prodigal boy stabbed the earless man's arm with his spear, then lifted him up and threw him toward the bald man who was attacking him. The earless man couldn't help but let out a shocking scream. The bald man had no choice but to stop and catch the earless man. The prodigal boy took the opportunity to get closer again, and the spear in his hand stabbed toward the two of them. The bald man raised his blade to meet the spear and parried it to the side. Who knew that the prodigal boy was just making a feint? He let go of the spear and instantly appeared in front of the earless man, grabbing the earless man's injured arm with one hand. Pooh! Ah! A bloody arm was torn off by the prodigal boy. The earless man let out a heart-wrenching scream. Bastard! The bald man was furious. The big knife in his hand slashed toward the prodigal boy, and the terrifying cold knife light was about to cut the prodigal boy in half. At the same time, the other 3 members of the 5 ugly freaks also attacked the prodigal boy. Chapter 573. The prodigal threw his bloody arm at the bald man. His body emitted a powerful fiery glow as he fought with the 4 of them. The prodigal was already at the mid-stage of the 6th order, which was comparable to a mid-stage heavenly venerable. He was not afraid of the bald man and the others attacking him at the same time. With his strength, it would be effortless for him to kill all of them at the same time. However, Ling Xiao transmitted a message to him. Zazai, don't be in a hurry to kill them. Let's fight with them for a while. Boss has other plans. The prodigal didn't understand Ling Xiao's plan, but he would absolutely obey Ling Xiao's words. For a moment, an intense battle between the 4 clowns and a youth appeared in the city. The surrounding people were all gathered to watch the show. They were all ruthless people, and not only were they not afraid of this kind of battle, but they were even more willing to watch a show. Who is that kid? He's actually able to fight against 4 of them by himself, and he's still undefeatable. He's really powerful. He's not just powerful. That Baldy has the strength of a heavenly venerable, and he can be considered a top figure in the city. There aren't many people who provoke the 5 clowns, but now they've actually encountered a tough one. It looks like they won't be able to win, and they might even lose their lives. Luckily, I didn't move just now. Those little girls look like they want to kill me, but it won't be peaceful for them to act so arrogantly. There are quite a few powerful old perverts in the city, and they're much stronger than the 5 clowns. That's true, but look at how many of them haven't moved. They look like they're only at the king stage, but look at how calm they are. They don't look like they should have the bearing of someone at the king stage. They must be experts who have hidden their strength. Just as the prodigal was having fun fighting, Ling Xiao's expression turned cold, and the mind energy in his sea of consciousness surged like seawater. At this moment, he was using his mind energy to use the elementary mind contract incantation that he had just comprehended. After a series of adjustments, Ling Xiao condensed his mind energy into ancient and mystical runes. Waves of powerful mind energy flowed out of his sea of consciousness along with the runes, and the space above Ling Xiao's head was squeezed to the side by these runes. Runes were invisible and formless, but they were real existences. Only those who cultivated mental power or were extremely powerful could sense them. As the runes were extracted, Ling Xiao's complexion became a little pale. His forehead was covered in a lot of sweat. It seemed as if he had just done some intense exercise. Let me see how powerful it is. Ling Xiao mumbled with a proud smile. Then he shouted, "Go!" Those ancient runes blasted towards the bald man like burning curses. Xiao! The battle between the bald man and the prodigal was the most ferocious. Initially, he could not sense those invisible runes exploding into his sea of consciousness. When the runes completely entered the bald man's sea of knowledge, the bald man's movement stiffened and he unexpectedly stopped attacking. His mind became unstable and his entire body swayed like a drunkard. It looked as if he was playing a drunken game. The other 3 clowns, who were attacking the prodigal with him, saw that their big brother had suddenly stopped and was doing that weird action, making them feel that they couldn't understand what was going on. "Big brother, what's wrong with you? Quick, quick, kill him together," One-Eyed Dragon shouted. However, The bald man still turned a deaf ear and continued to play around in the same place like a clown. This caused the surrounding people to burst into laughter. Ling Xiao looked at the bald man with satisfaction, then ordered the prodigal, "Get rid of the others and leave this bald man alive." The prodigal immediately displayed his terrifying battle power after receiving the order. Bang bang. The prodigal's strongest move was to use his fists to solve problems. Among the 5 ugly and lascivious freaks, 4 of them had their heads smashed by the prodigal and died. The eyes of the onlookers turned cold. The dead 4 ugly and lascivious eccentrics were all Earth's sovereign realm experts, but their heads were smashed by a single punch. The strength of this young man made them think. So this young man is also such a fierce and ruthless person. In the Northwater domain, killing was the pleasure of all evil people, and they would not feel afraid. However, killing depended on one's cruel means. Only the crueler the means, the more these evil people would be deterred. Killing people like the prodigal was only considered to be in their eyes, but it could not really scare them. However, in the next moment, they were completely shocked. They saw the prodigal walk towards the bald man. Then he grabbed the bald man's ears and directly tore them off. Ordinary people who suffered such a serious injury would scream in pain, but the bald man seemed to not feel the pain and actually kept laughing foolishly. The surrounding people were dumbfounded, and countless question marks appeared in their hearts. Is the bald man stupid? Ling Zhao's tiger-like eyes also revealed a bit of astonishment. Then, the prodigal forcefully tore off the bald man's 4 limbs, and a thick smell of blood instantly filled the air. The surrounding people's expressions changed, and some timid people even vomited on the spot. When the bald man's 4 limbs were removed, the rune effect in the bald man's sea of consciousness gradually disappeared, and his consciousness instantly became clear. Ah! A series of heart-wrenching screams resounded through the sky. The delayed screams made people's hair stand on end. What's going on? His limbs were removed just now, but he was laughing foolishly and did not cry out in pain. Why did he only cry out after the limbs were removed? Could it be that he has lost his mind? Or does he have a hidden illness to begin with? I don't think so. It should be that those people are strange, and they must have used some method to make the bald man stupid. But even a fool knows pain. He obviously did not feel pain just now. This kind of killing method is really satisfying. It seems that he is really an expert in killing. Let's get rid of him, Ling Xiao said faintly, and then continued to move forward with a few people. The prodigal smashed the bald man's head, then kept the space ring of the 5 clowns, before chasing after Ling Xiao. At this time, most of the surrounding people did not dare to openly look at the 3 women behind Ling Xiao like before. Although there were many evil people, their strength did not exceed the honorable level. Of course, they did not dare to go forward to provoke them. Ling Xiao and the others randomly found a place to stay. Ling Xiao recalled the beginner-level incantation he had just cast, and only felt that it seemed to be much weaker than a direct mental attack. However, it could make people lose their minds and temporarily turn them into idiots, which was quite fun. Looks like I can only cultivate the contract incantation to the intermediate level as soon as possible. Only then can I imprint the incantation in the opponent's sea of consciousness, and only then can I control the puppet. However, it's really difficult to condense mental power into a rune, Ling Xiao thought to himself. Savage Leopard, when do you think I should kill my way to the Blackwater sect? Ling Xiao asked Savage Leopard with his hands behind his back. Savage Leopard said respectfully, Young master, don't be anxious. I will go and capture the city lord of Ming City now and see if I can obtain the necessary information from his memories. And then go quickly. I don't want to delay any longer, Ling Xiao replied. After Savage Leopard bowed, he disappeared in front of Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Savage Leopard's disappearing figure and said indifferently, He still has a knot in his heart that needs to be resolved. Don't be too anxious. And I can feel that he has a special feeling for this place. Ling Xiao replied softly, and then he said, Fraud, after I rescue Meng Qi, what do you think I should start? Ling Xiao had always wanted to build his own force, but he still didn't know where to start. After all, in such a big place like the Central Region, there were forces everywhere. Did he want to rob someone else's territory? Xianxia said with a smile. Not far from the Perishing Soul Mountain is an ancient city called Hell City. It is said to be an ancient city that has existed for more than 100,000 years. The reason why it is called Hell City is because it is more chaotic than any other place. It is a place where mercenaries, roving bandits, and villains often camp. Almost every year, the city lord changes several times, and every time the city lord changes, the city will be stained with blood, so it is called Hell City. Because that place is too close to the Perishing Soul Mountain, and the energy of the Perishing Soul Mountain is too heavy, and it is also famous for being a dangerous place. Even the Black Demon sect doesn't want to take control of Hell City. They let those vagrants fight over it all the time. I think that it is the best place for a young master to make a fortune. Hell City? Does it sound scary? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Xianxia gently waved his white paper fan and said, "There are battles there all year round, and those who are not strong enough will be killed. Even if someone can occupy it, they will be affected by the energy of the Perishing Soul Mountain after a long time." It is said that there was a rogue emperor-level cultivator who occupied Hell City for 3 years. He was the first city lord to occupy Hell City for the longest time in history, but then he died mysteriously in the city. This caused panic. So many strong people don't want to go to Hell City and get involved with bad luck. Only those vicious people who kill all year round have no choice but to stay in Hell City. According to what you've said, the Underworld City is an ominous place. Then you want me to start building my career there? You're clearly asking me to die, aren't you? Ling Xiao grumpily said. Even an emperor-level cultivator would only die. Ling Xiao wasn't arrogant enough to think that he was stronger than an emperor-level cultivator. Haha, young master, you don't need to worry. With your powerful fate as an undying cockroach, a mere Hell City can't do anything to you. Do you still remember Goose City? That was also known as the Southern Wasteland Forbidden Area, but didn't you still manage to get rid of it? I have confidence in you. Xianxia smiled. Forget it. I don't think I have a powerful fate like a cockroach. Let's find another place, Ling Xiao said in fear. Xianxia bitterly smiled. Hell City might be a dangerous place, but the spiritual energy there is no less dense than any large power. Cultivating there will double your efforts, and you won't have to worry about other powers fighting over it. You could develop in peace. What you say makes sense, but I don't want to get involved with that bad luck. Ling Xiao waved his hand and refused. Xianxia shook his head and didn't say anything else. He knew that Ling Xiao's future Hell City was the only place he could build his career. Chapter 574. Ming City's city lord's mansion wasn't very grand, and from afar, it looked rather dilapidated. From this, it could be seen that the city lord here didn't seem to care much about the environment he lived in. There weren't any strict guards here, only waves of pleasant singing and dancing and unbridled laughter. Within the main hall of the city lord's mansion, there was a group of dancers constantly twisting their snake-like waists. Their wild and seductive bodies made the boorish men sitting around look at them with lustful eyes, and one or two of them even started drooling. The tall and sturdy man sitting at the very top was drinking big bowls of wine, and behind her were 2 young girls who were constantly serving him. This person was the city lord of Mound City, Xianxia. His prestige in Mound City was extremely high, and even some of the great villains in the city would give him some face. He was an extremely lecherous person, and practically every night he would set up a banquet in the city lord's mansion. He would listen to music and dance with his good friends, and, in the end, he would spend time with his good friend with women. Xianxia drank a mouthful of wine and said, "I heard that those 5 ugly freaks were killed by someone." One of the men below replied, "That's right, they were killed by a youth who doesn't look to be 20 years old. That youth and his people should have just arrived from another place, and there were even 3 women with them. They were covered with veils, and their appearances couldn't be seen clearly, but their figures were extremely good, and they looked like they wanted to do it. A youth who's not even 20 years old, and 3 women with extremely good figures? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. That person then said, "That's right. I saw it with my own eyes, but it's quite strange." That person then told Xianxia what had happened today, and especially emphasized the bald man's strange death. It seems like there must be an expert among that group of people. Xianxia revealed a thoughtful expression, and then asked, "Are they still in the city?" "They're staying in an inn on East 2nd Street," the man replied. "Good. Looks like they're quite courageous. Tomorrow, I'll personally go meet them and see if they're willing to gift those 3 women to me," said Xianxia loudly. After that, he tossed aside the bowl in his hand and pulled one of the young women beside him into his embrace. A greedy expression appeared on his face, and he directly tore off the young woman's clothes, revealing her jade-white skin. Her ample breasts gently swayed, causing people's blood to surge. The men below all swallowed their saliva, looking anxious. Xianxia lowered his head and sucked on the flower bud of the young girl's chest. His empty hand continuously roamed around the young girl's body, causing the young girl to let out waves of enchanting sounds. Xianxia did not seem to be satisfied with this. He picked up the young girl and tore off all of her clothes. He also tore off all of his clothes, revealing his sinister body. Then, he ruthlessly stabbed the girl's lower body. A high-pitched voice rang out. The men below could not bear it any longer, and all of them threw themselves at the dancers, as if their bodies would explode and they would die if they were even a moment slower. For a moment, the hall of the city lord's residence was filled with an intense scene of panic. The startled cries of women, accompanied by the rough panting of men, filled the entire residence. A figure stepped through the air, his face filled with a bloodthirsty expression. His entire body emitted a thick black fog. The black fog gradually merged with the darkness of the night, as if there was nothing strange about it. The black fog gradually enveloped the city lord's residence. Everyone in the city lord's mansion was extremely happy, and they didn't seem to realize that danger had befallen them. That figure passed through the black fog and entered the residence. At this time, Xianxia, who was in the midst of doing it, seemed to sense something, and he heavily pushed away the woman in his embrace. "Who is it?" Xianxia did not even bother to put on his clothes as he turned around and shouted. The savage leopard slowly walked in, coldly glancing at the naked bodies. His expression revealed disdain, and he faintly said, "Someone who wants your life. City Lord, he's the person who was with that youth today." After the man saw the savage leopard, he immediately spoke to Xianxia. "Ha, how dare you? How many years has it been since someone dared to speak to me, Xianxia, like this? You're the first." Xianxia did not mind speaking with his naked body. He laughed loudly, then said with a gloomy expression, "I hate it the most when people disturb my business. I'm going to chop you into pieces and feed you to my spirit beast." With that, a circular gear appeared in Xianxhia's hand. At the same time, a powerful elemental light blossomed. The light converged to form a large circular gear that cut towards the savage leopard. Xianxia had used his full strength from the very beginning and had deduced the small universe. After all, the other party was definitely not weak since they could approach without anyone noticing. "Humph." The savage leopard coldly snorted and formed a blade with one hand. With a light wave, a powerful black blade light directly split the gear in half. Puffed. Xianxia only felt a sweet taste in his throat, and his entire body was sent flying, blood spurting out. The others all realized that something was wrong, and the men fled in all directions at the same time. Xianxia was already a high-level celestial venerable, but he couldn't even take one move from the savage leopard, not to mention that their strength was inferior to Xianxhia's. Swish, swish. The savage leopard waved his 10 fingers, and rays of black energy shot out from his fingers. None of the people who fled were lucky enough to escape. Then, the savage leopard waved his hand, and the corpses were sucked into the air and he slightly opened his hand. Rumble. The corpses instantly exploded, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. The savage leopard raised his head, and his eyes revealed an infatuated expression, allowing the blood rain to fall on his face. The women present were so frightened by this scene that they screamed, and some of them even fainted from fright. Xianxia saw that the situation was bad, and he hurriedly flew up, preparing to escape from this place first. However, he realized that he had only flown over 10 meters when he seemed to be blocked by something, and he could not fly any higher. The arch dimension. Xianxia revealed a horrified expression and exclaimed. Immediately after, Xianxia felt a powerful suction force, causing him to fall down involuntarily. Bang! Xianxia was smashed ruthlessly onto the ground, and his entire body was in a daze from the fall. My lord, spare me. Xianxia endured the pain and begged the savage leopard for mercy. He could not understand why a mystic the Archtier super expert would look for him. Could it be that the other party heard their discussion just now? Thinking up to here, Xianxia's entire body broke out in cold sweat. He had been acting like a tyrant in Dingsheng for many years, and he naturally did not wish to die without knowing the reason. The savage leopard licked the blood at the corner of his mouth and said faintly, "Who is Mad Tooth to you?" Mad Tooth is? Xianxia stuttered. You don't know Mad Tooth? The savage leopard's expression turned cold as he shouted. You were talking about Patriarch Mad Tooth? He is my patriarch. Xianxia suddenly recalled and hurriedly replied. Your patriarch? Is he still overseeing Dingsheng water sect now? The savage leopard frowned slightly and asked. Xianxia swallowed his saliva and said, My lord, you're the main sect grand elder? Just answer my question. If you say another word, you can die. The savage leopard said in a low voice. Yes, this lowly one knows. Xianxia nodded repeatedly and said, Patriarch passed away 3,000 years ago. The one overseeing Dingsheng water sect now is Patriarch Dark Ghost. Mad Tooth is dead. Could it be that he did not break through to the Archtier? The savage leopard revealed a somewhat melancholic expression. I heard that Patriarch Dark Ghost was only a half-emperor back then. This lowly one does not know how he died. Xianxia replied. Who is that Patriarch Dark Ghost? What is his strength? The savage leopard asked again. He is the current grand elder overseeing the sect. I heard that he is a half-emperor. He is a major figure that the main sect arranged for, said Xianxia. Just a half-emperor? The savage leopard muttered in disbelief. My lord, what else do you want to know? This lowly one will tell you everything he knows. Xianxia saw that the savage leopard did not kill him, and from his tone, it seemed that the savage leopard and the savage leopard were old friends. This allowed him to see the light of hope. There's no need. It's still faster for me to find the answer myself. An ominous light flashed through savage leopard's eyes. Then he grabbed at Xianxia's head. Xianxia wanted to retreat, but he found that he was unable to move his body. No, my lord, spare me. Xianxia wailed. Unfortunately, the savage leopard didn't care about him. He grabbed Xianxia's head with one hand, and a powerful black suction force poured into Xianxia's Tianling acupoint. Then, Xianxia's soul was forcibly extracted. The savage leopard took a light breath and sucked Xianxia's soul into his body. Xianxia's body went limp, and before he could even close his eyes, he died just like that. The savage leopard digested the memories of Xianxia's soul for good while before opening his eyes. He said indifferently, Looks like the dark water gate is still in the swamp forest. Then everything will be easy. Then, the savage leopard casually waved his hand, and the black mist above the city lord's mansion disappeared. Not long after, the savage leopard returned to Ling Zhao's side. Young master, I've returned. The savage leopard bowed. Yes, is there any news? Ling Zhao asked. Yes, young master. The dark water gate is still in the swamp forest not far from here," replied the savage leopard. "All right, then we'll kill our way there tomorrow." Ling Xiao revealed a dense killing intent, but the savage leopard hesitated, wanting to say something. "If you have something to say, just say it," said Ling Xiao. "It's just that the terrain of the swamp forest is steep, and it's filled with poisonous creatures. It won't be easy to go deep," explained the savage leopard. "There's nothing to be afraid of. With your strength, could it be that you can't sweep them away?" Ling Xiao said confidently, "Young master, it's best to be careful. The poisonous miasma there is extraordinary. Even I have to be careful," warned the savage leopard. "Yes, I know what I'm doing. Tomorrow, I'll immediately rush to the swamp forest and massacre the Dark Water Gate." Ling Xiao answered impatiently. The savage leopard didn't say anything else. He faintly felt that this trip wouldn't be simple. Chapter 575. On this day, a shocking piece of news came from Necropolis City. The lord of Necropolis City, Xianxia, had died naked on a woman's belly. When this news came out, Necropolis City was in an uproar. It should be known that Xianxia was already a high-level heavenly venerable. With his strength, he was already considered a top existence in Necropolis City. Only a half-step emperor or above could kill him. Everyone guessed that Xianxia had offended someone who could cover the sky with one hand. He had actually died so quietly, without even the news of a fight being heard. Just as the people in Necropolis City were guessing, the murderer, Cruel Leopard, had already left Necropolis City with Ling Xiao and the others. However, there were a few stupid people following them. When Ling Xiao and the others left Necropolis City, those people immediately summoned their spirit beasts to besiege Ling Xiao and the others. Needless to say, they had all come to die in vain. The North Water Boundary is really chaotic. There are robbers everywhere. Ling Xiao sighed as he put away the spatial ring handed over by the prodigal. "I think you can't wait for more people to come. That way, your income will come faster." Xianxia laughed at the side. "Haha, fraud god knows me best." Ling Xiao laughed heartily. Xianxia was right. He really hoped that more people would come to find trouble with them. That way, he could turn the tables and make a lot of money. Then, Ling Xiao and the others summoned their spirit beasts and rushed to the swamp forest, not far from Necropolis City. The swamp forest was also a very famous dangerous place in the North Water Boundary. It covered a large area and was surrounded by poisonous gas all year round. Most of the creatures living here were highly poisonous spirit beasts and poisonous flowers and plants. For those poison masters, this was their paradise. If Poison Scorpion was here, he would also like the environment here. As soon as Ling Xiao and the others approached the sky, they immediately felt a corrosive feeling in the air. Their bodies couldn't help but feel a little itchy. "Annoying feeling," the prodigal said unhappily. Then, he immediately released his attributes and used fire to dispel the poisonous gas. Kai Xiayue and Bai Yushi, who were beside Ling Xiao, felt uncomfortable, but Feng Xianyan was not affected. Ling Xiao distributed the antidote to the two women and Xianyao. "This swamp really is filled with poisonous gas. Everyone, be careful and don't breathe in the poisonous gas." Everyone flew forward in the direction indicated by the savage leopard. That said, the deeper they went into the forest, the deeper the poisonous gas became. Even the spirit beasts could not withstand it and let out cries. Ling Xiao and the others had no choice but to keep their spirit beasts. Not only that, but Ling Xiao also put Kai Xiayue and Bai Yushi into the cauldron. Feng Xianyun and Xianyao were able to adapt to the environment here. After flying for a long distance, a lake appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Cruel Leopard said, "Young master, let's go down. The Dark Water Gate is in this area." Ling Xiao nodded and took the lead to land. Feng Xianyun, Xianyao, and the prodigal followed closely behind. This lake was obviously stagnant water. The water was incomparably black and emitted a rancid smell. A few giant crocodiles were hiding in the weeds on the surface of the water. coldly looking at Ling Xiao and the others who had landed. Be careful, don't land on the ground. It's very likely that the ground is a swamp. Once you touch it, it won't be easy to escape. Cruel Leopard reminded. I didn't expect the Dark Water Gate to be built in such a place. It's really surprising. Ling Xiao sighed. The environment here was harsh, and it was difficult for ordinary people to survive. However, the Dark Water Gate was built here, which was really unexpected. Cruel Leopard said, there are many poison masters in the Dark Water Gate. They live here like fish in water, and the environment here is not difficult for them. At this point, a few giant crocodiles under the lake suddenly rushed out. Roar! The giant crocodiles had a strong bloodthirst and opened their mouths that were as tall as a human to bite. The prodigal fully played the role of a thug, and a few rank 4 giant crocodiles were instantly smashed and kicked into the lake, dead. Boring thing. The prodigal clapped his hands in disdain. These are just watchful crocodiles. For those who are not strong enough, they can easily become food in their stomachs. Cruel Leopard glanced at the dead giant crocodiles and said. He paused for a moment before saying, these giant crocodiles are specially trained by someone. I think that person will appear soon. Just as Cruel Leopard's words fell, the lake suddenly stirred. Swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of giant figures flew out of the lake, and the lake water splashed everywhere. Who dares to kill my treasure? A gloomy voice sounded coldly. Dozens of giant crocodiles appeared on the lake, and the largest crocodile with 2 wings flew up in the middle. There was a person standing on the crocodile's back. This person was wearing a set of waterproof black armor and a hood, revealing only 2 cold eyes. He held a 3-pronged spear in his hand, and there was a strong corrosive smell of stinky water. This person had the strength of a middle-stage Earth Emperor, and around him were rank 4 giant crocodiles. There were even a few rank 5 giant crocodiles, and under his feet was a rank 6 giant crocodile. Is this the legendary water ghost? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. It should be more appropriate to call it a water monster. Xianxia echoed. You're courting death. That person felt very annoyed at being ridiculed. He waved the 3-pronged spear in his hand and said, Children, eat them for me. Whoosh whoosh. The giant crocodiles received the order and moved out one after another. They opened their bloody mouths and spat out sticky attribute lights. There were even some that directly opened their mouths and bit towards Ling Xiao and the others. Move a little, treat it as a warm-up. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His body began to flash as he flew towards the people from Darkwater Sect. Feng Xianyun, Xianyao, and the prodigal faced the giant crocodiles, while Savage Leopard held the line for them, constantly paying attention to the surrounding situation. You're courting death. When the person from Darkwater Sect saw that Ling Xiao actually dared to attack him, he immediately shouted and stabbed the 3-pronged spear in his hand towards Ling Xiao. 3 giant crocodiles formed by the convergence of attributes roared towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not even dodge. He directly kicked out countless cold flashes of light, sweeping towards the person from Darkwater Sect. The flashes of light carried a colorful attack attribute, and the energy giant crocodile was shattered by the kick. Ling Xiao increased his speed and kicked towards the chest of the person from Darkwater Sect. The person from Darkwater Sect revealed a look of horror, but he did not panic. The winged giant crocodile under his feet instantly soared up, and a poisonous water column sprayed out from its mouth. This water contained a large amount of poison, and even a heavenly venerable would not be able to survive. Naturally, Ling Xiao would not let the poisonous water touch him. He used the wind attribute to instantly dodge, and at the same time, a strange long sword appeared in his hand. Slash! Ling Xiao casually threw the ice and fire sword, and as if it had a mind of its own, it rapidly slashed towards the winged giant crocodile. Baby dodge! The person from Darkwater Sect exclaimed. The winged giant crocodile also understood human nature. It immediately soared up and dodged the attack of the ice and fire sword. Ling Xiao sneered and controlled the ice and fire sword to make a 90-degree bend, and the sword stabbed upwards like a meteor. The person from Darkwater sect and the winged giant crocodile did not expect the other party to be able to control the sword with his will. They did not have time to defend at all, and the ice and fire sword pierced through the winged giant crocodile's abdomen. If the ice and fire sword was just an ordinary 6th grade spirit weapon, it would be impossible for it to pierce through the thick leather armor of the winged giant crocodile. One must know that the giant crocodile's leather armor was comparable to the defense of a low-level spirit weapon. However, the ice and fire sword was a high-grade 7th grade spirit weapon, so it was easy for it to break through the thick armor of the giant crocodile. Roar! The winged giant crocodile's body flipped and roared. The person on top of it immediately flew away, and at the same time, he roared crazily, "You dare to hurt my treasure! I want you dead." The trident in the person's hand kept waving, and giant crocodile-like roars came out, wanting to crush Ling Xiao into pieces. At this time, Savage Leopard's voice sounded, "Young master, finish the battle quickly. Someone is coming." Ling Xiao responded softly. He raised his wind attribute to the extreme, and his figure kept changing. The people from the Darkwater sect and I couldn't catch Ling Xiao's figure, so our efforts were in vain. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Xiao had already arrived beside him. A series of kicks were launched towards him like a raging storm, and a strong, innate Yin wind, baleful qi rolled towards him. The person was kicked dozens of times, and his body was invaded by the innate Yin wind, evil qi. His body immediately shriveled and soon disappeared. With that person's death, the winged giant crocodile also died. The other giant crocodiles had long been taken care of by Feng Xianyun, Xianyao, and the prodigal, and only a group of giant crocodile corpses were left floating on the surface of the lake. Who dares to invade the territory of the Darkwater sect? A woman's voice came from afar. In the next moment, a few figures appeared in front of Ling Xiao and the others. There were 3 women and 2 men, 3 earthly sovereign realm, and 2 king realm. Among the 5, only the high-level earthly sovereign was a middle-aged woman, and the others looked quite young, all around 30 years old. They're just small fries. Leave one alive and kill the rest. Ling Xiao glanced at the 5 people and said coldly. Feng Xianyun and Xianyao attacked, but it seemed like they couldn't immediately suppress their opponents. Ling Xiao used his psychic power to kill the 3 weakest people in an instant. Feng Xianyun and Xianyao had the upper hand in the battle. The middle-aged woman and the other low-level earthly sovereign were horrified, and they wanted to escape immediately. However, Ling Xiao didn't give them a chance. He ordered the prodigal to capture the middle-aged woman immediately, and the other 2 were killed. Who are you people? Don't you know that this is the territory of the Darkwater sect? The middle-aged woman questioned Ling Xiao arrogantly, even though she was being held captive. Ling Xiao didn't have time to talk nonsense with her, and immediately asked, "Do you have an old woman called Inhi here?" "Inhi? You mean the insect master?" The middle-aged woman asked in surprise. "Hee, so that old woman is the sect master of your Darkwater sect. Not bad, not bad. You really made it easy for me to find you." A cold light flashed past Ling Xiao's tiger eyes, and he said faintly. He raised his hand slightly and directly killed the middle-aged woman. "Mengqi, wait for me. I'll go and rescue you now," Ling Xiao murmured as he looked in the direction of the forest. Chapter 576. The battle between Ling Xiao and the others in the lake didn't cause much of a commotion. After all, in this swamp, the trees were so dense that the sound waves emitted from the battle were weakened by a lot. According to the information obtained by Savage Leopard, the Darkwater Gate had a natural barrier, so there weren't too many people guarding the periphery. Not many people dared to easily enter this swamp. Because Savage Leopard had obtained Xiong Hotian's memories, he knew that there were many hidden guards nearby. After easily killing 3 groups of people, they finally quietly approached the true, important area of the Darkwater Gate. However, before they could attack the Darkwater Gate, there was a strong poisonous gas in front of Ling Xiao and the others. "Young master, quickly put the poison-repelling pill in your mouth." This way, nothing will happen if we pass through here, Savage Leopard said from the side. Ling Xiao nodded and swallowed the poison-repelling pills they found on the corpses of the Darkwater sect disciples. Although Ling Xiao and the others had antidotes on them, they didn't dare to be careless in the face of such a strong poisonous gas. The Darkwater Gate's people could freely enter and exit here, and their poison-repelling pill was refined to deal with the poisonous gas here. I'll lead the way. Savage Leopard was the strongest, and after saying this, he plunged into the poisonous gas first. Ling Xiao and the others followed behind, all of them emitting a strong elemental light to illuminate the front. However, when they entered the poisonous gas actually corroded the attribute light that they emitted. Fortunately, they had the poison-repelling pill, otherwise their bodies wouldn't be able to withstand it and would be corroded. What a terrifying poison barrier. Ling Xiao sighed. This poison barrier has been accumulated for tens of thousands of years, and the toxicity it contains is naturally much more terrifying than ordinary poisons. However, this poison is a top-grade tonic for poison masters. As long as we collect it and use it, I'm afraid it's not a problem to poison an entire city to death, Savage Leopard said from the front. Ling Xiao was just about to respond when Feng Xianyun spoke up. You're right. The poisonous gas here has been around for at least 10,000 years. It's the best for me. Xiao, don't be in such a hurry. I'm going to collect some of it for my future cultivation. Okay, Ling Xiao replied without thinking. Then he quickly turned his head and asked in astonishment, Yin, you said you want to collect poisonous gas to cultivate? Ling Xiao's eyes shrank, and his mouth opened wide, as if he had seen something horrifying. Other than poison masters, there was no one else who could cultivate using poisonous gas. He had been with Feng Xianyun for so long, but he didn't know that she had such an identity. One had to know that a poison master was one of the most disliked occupations on the continent. This was because their methods were extremely despicable and sinister. They could cause any martial artist to die silently, or cause a martial artist to be poisoned to death, or use poison to control a martial artist for their own use. In short, the name of a poison master was not welcomed anywhere. However, under normal circumstances, no one was willing to offend a powerful poison master, because their methods were impossible to guard against. Ling Xiao thought back to the time when he had mistakenly entered Guzhai City. At that time, the high priest had given out pills to the citizens, and after he had consumed them, he had felt a little strange. In the end, he had been assimilated by the innate in-wind baleful qi, and in the courtyard where he and Feng Xianyun lived, there were also many poisonous spirit herbs planted. At that time, Ling Xiao had felt that it was strange, but he had never asked Feng Xianyun why she had planted these poisonous spirit herbs. Now Ling Xiao finally understood. So his wife, Feng Xianyun, was also a poison master. Are you disappointed in me? Feng Xianyun looked at Ling Xiao with a wry smile and asked. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, How could that be? It's just that I didn't know you had this identity, so I was very curious. Feng Xianyun had a faint smile on her face as she said, People only know that the Gu clan is famous for raising and controlling Gu, but they don't know that the Gu clan is an expert in refining poison, because the Gu clan itself is the greatest poison. Not only can it devour poison, it can also nurture and refine poison. She paused and looked at Ling Xiao affectionately. We have been living together for a long time, and I thought I only had 20 years to live. Xiao, you have given me a new life, and I am willing to stay by your side forever. I didn't tell you my identity as a poison master because you never asked me, and I have never used any poison to harm anyone. But now that you want to make a name for yourself, I will do everything I can to help you, even if the world knows that I am a poison master that everyone is afraid of and loathed. Hearing Feng Xianyun's words, Ling Xiao was stunned. Xianyao winked at Cruel Leopard and Wastrel, then walked forward, leaving time for Ling Xiao and his wife. Ling Xiao pulled Feng Xianyun into his arms, looked at her affectionately, and then kissed her sexy lips. After a while, Ling Xiao let her go and said, Silly woman, so what if you are a poison master? Do you think I am afraid that you will harm me? Others may be afraid of you, but I am more than happy. With you by my side, I don't have to worry about being poisoned. But my enemies, they are out of luck. If anyone dares to disrespect me, you can poison them in the future. Let's see who dares to be arrogant in front of me. Ling Xiao didn't care about the rules of the world. He always followed the principle. Others walk the broad road, but he walks the narrow wooden bridge. Whoever dared to mess with him, whoever dared interfere with him, would be in big trouble. Therefore, he didn't care about Feng Xinyun's identity as a poison master. Instead, after knowing her identity, he felt even better. Just like what he said, if anyone dared to disrespect him, he would poison them. Rather than letting others bully him, it was better to let others be afraid of him. This was the same logic as having a strong fist was the way of the king. The reason why poison masters were disliked by the world was that many martial artists who practiced poison techniques were people with bad intentions. It was also because of this that the reputation of poison masters spread far and wide. The world didn't know that if poison masters were used in the right way, not only could they save the world, but they could also leave their names in history. However, this point was overlooked by many people. Xiao, do you really think so? Feng Xinyun looked at Ling Xiao with a face full of joy and asked, Of course, I don't think of myself as a good person. Moreover, in this world, there is no distinction between good and bad people. We only need to walk our own path, live our own exciting life, and have a clear conscience. Everything else has nothing to do with us. Ling Xiao caressed Feng Xinyun's beautiful hair and said. Then he said, Hurry up and collect the poison gas. I'll protect you. Feng Xinyun's beautiful eyes flashed with a bright light. She was very happy in her heart. She thought that Ling Xiao would blame her for hiding her identity as a poison master, but now she knew that her worries were unnecessary. Feng Xinyun calmed her mind, sat down cross-legged and chanted. At the same time, a few small bottles appeared in her hands, and a suction force came out of the bottles. At the same time, the poison gas around Feng Xinyun actually quickly drilled into the bottles. The bottles weren't big, but their capacity was huge. Ling Xiao could clearly feel the poison gas flowing around him quickly. After a while, Feng Xinyun filled up a few bottles, took out a few more, and continued to fill them with poison gas. After a few times, Ling Xiao realized that the poison gas around them had clearly thinned out. These bottles must be specially made. Otherwise, how could they contain so much poison gas? Ling Xiao wondered in his heart. When Feng Xinyun finished doing all this, she didn't immediately stand up. Instead, she relaxed her body and mind, spread out her hands, and quietly retracted the attribute light around her body. Ling Xiao didn't know what she was doing, but he was worried for her in his heart. The poison gas here was too vicious. Once a person's body came into contact with it, they would be corroded. Sure enough, when Feng Xinyun scattered the attribute light, the poison gas instantly corroded her. In an instant, Feng Xinyun's bright and beautiful face immediately turned pitch black, looking extremely frightening. Yinner, Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. However, Feng Xinyun didn't pay attention to Ling Xiao's exclamation. She continued to let the poisonous gas invade her body. Ling Xiao was extremely anxious. He didn't know what to do. He wanted to take action to isolate the poison gas, but he was afraid that it would harm Feng Xinyun. Xiao, don't be anxious. I'm fine. Protect me. I think I'm about to break through to the honorable rank. Feng Xinyun said with some difficulty. What this? You can break through like this? Ling Xiao said in surprise. A strong sense of envy arose in his heart. He sighed in his heart. The Heaven Gu body is actually so terrifying. She can even break through like this. Feng Xinyun had the rarest physique of the Gu race. With the Heaven Gu divine technique to complement her cultivation, her speed was not something ordinary people could understand. With Feng Xinyun as the center, the poison gas continuously surged over and wrapped around her layer by layer. The large amount of poison gas made Ling Xiao unable to endure it. He had no choice but to condense the heaven fire. The heaven fire could burn anything. Although the poison gas here was strong, it was not enough to cause any harm to Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao heard Cruel Leopard's voice in front of him. "Young master, the people from Darkwater sect have come out. You guys block them first. I need to protect Yun'er. She's breaking through," Ling Xiao ordered. Ling Xiao immediately became vigilant. He absolutely would not allow anyone to disturb Feng Xianyun's breakthrough. Otherwise, she would not be able to break through and would even be injured. Not long after, Ling Xiao heard the sounds of intense fighting. Ling Xiao was very calm. He was very confident in Cruel Leopard. Moreover, he still had the Devil Armor Leopard. He believed that blocking or sweeping through Darkwater sect would not be a problem. Another loud voice came. "Who dares to offend my Darkwater sect? You're courting death." This voice shook Ling Xiao's eardrums. He was puzzled. Could it be that Darkwater sect really has an emperor rank existence? Ling Xiao also heard the conversation between Cruel Leopard and the other party. "Who are you?" Ghost do not kill nameless people." "You're Ghost? Who is Ma to you?" You actually know my mother." "Who are you?" "Good. Very good. So you are Ma's little bastard. Today, I will collect some interest first. After killing you, I will settle the score with Ma." Chapter 577. In front of the poison barrier was the location of the Blackwater sect. There were no prominent ancient buildings here, only black wooden houses built from messy trees. Each house was built according to the tree trunk, looking extremely primitive and giving off a gloomy feeling. There were more than a dozen corpses beside the savage leopard, the prodigal son, and Xianxia, and in front of them were nearly 100 people, all wearing black robes, and many of them were wearing cloaks, making it impossible to see their appearances clearly. Their overall cultivation was actually quite high, not lower than the Earth Emperor stage, obviously the elites of the Blackwater sect. The hundreds of people behind them were all small fries, not worth mentioning. In front of the 100 people, there was a tall and thin old man with an extraordinary bearing. This old man's face was protruding, his old eyes were fierce, and his old face was wrinkled very deeply. One look, and one could tell that he was an old demon that was thousands of years old. This person was truly an ancestor-level figure of the Blackwater sect, known as the Ghost. It was because his cultivation technique was extremely evil, and he actually needed to suck the blood of newborn babies to cultivate. He had cultivated to the low-level Xian Emperor cultivation, and the number of babies he had sucked was probably at least 40,000, if not 50,000. It was enough to show that he was truly as evil as a devil. The 8 cloaked people beside him all emitted a strong poisonous gas. They had all reached the peak of the Empyrean level, and there was even a powerful existence with a half-emperor cultivation. The savage leopard and the Ghost were at each other's throats. The savage leopard obviously had a strong, killing intent towards the Ghost. From his tone, it seemed that he had an old grudge with the Ghost's old mother. The Ghost stared at the savage leopard and shouted, "How dare you? Since you know my mother's name, you still dare to be arrogant. Watch as this emperor pulls out your soul and peels off your body." After the Ghost shouted, his Xian Emperor-level aura was released, and the people around him all retreated far away. The savage leopard also shouted, "That bitch, if it wasn't for this emperor taking her in, how could she have given birth to a bastard like you? I didn't expect that this bitch would actually collude with the old demon and betray this emperor. Today, I will use your blood to tell them that this demon emperor is back, and this emperor will one day take back everything that belongs to me." The savage leopard looked like it was possessed. A powerful aura burst forth, and at the same time, it summoned the magic armored leopard. Behind him, the prodigal and Xianxia were sent flying by the savage leopard's aura. The prodigal was in a better condition, but Xianxia vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Mother asterisk her, do you want to kill me? Xianxia quickly swallowed a healing pill to suppress his injuries. The prodigal changed his attitude. He looked at Cruel Leopard and Sinister Ghost with a solemn expression, and sighed in his heart, "Such powerful humans, I have to catch up with them as soon as possible. The Emperor rank universe and the Sovereign rank universe were similar in shape. The main difference between the two was that there was a huge difference in the range of their effects. The small universe could affect an area of 100 meters, while the big universe could affect an area of 1,000 meters. Furthermore, the big universe was dozens of times more powerful than the small universe. The world of evil ghosts was particularly evil. Many faceless baby heads were condensed around him. These baby heads were crying as if they were filled with countless grievances and unwillingness, which made people feel cold and nauseous. These babies suddenly opened their deep fangs and turned into blood-sucking imps, biting wildly in all directions. With a gloomy expression, the Een ghost pressed the big universe toward the savage leopard. At the same time, he summoned his protective spirit beast. "Ghost Wolf, come out." The Een ghost looked at the magic armored leopard without a hint of worry in his eyes. As his cry fell, a black wolf that was nearly 10 meters long appeared in front of him. This wolf's whole body was pitch black. Occasionally, there were tiny white fur lines between the black fur, which looked like thin electricity. It looked extremely ferocious and extraordinary. This was a black ghost wolf king, which was also a powerful spirit beast that had reached the low rank of the 7th rank. As soon as it appeared, it roared and immediately bit the magic armored leopard. The savage leopard had condensed a blood prison world, and the dense sea of blood had almost drowned the entire sky. One after another, vengeful spirits and malicious spirits continuously surged out, and within the sea of blood, blood hands continuously stretched out, as if they wanted to tear everything apart. There were also black tentacles in this blood prison. These tentacles were either lashing, stabbing, or binding. They were filled with an evil demonic nature, causing people to feel endless fear. When the Een ghost saw the savage leopard's blood prison, he revealed a horrified expression and said, This is the blood prison demon world. Who are you?" The Een ghost stopped attacking and waited for the savage leopard's reply. "It seems that you're not so ignorant. Wait until you go to hell to find the answer. Little ghosts, disappear for this emperor." The savage leopard sneered, and the blood prison world smashed toward the Een ghost. The Een ghost didn't dare to be careless and took out his ghost claw spirit treasure. At the same time, he used countless fierce claws to grab at the savage leopard. The blood-devouring demon saber also appeared in the savage leopard's hand. A crisscrossing blade light entangled with the claw shadows. Rumble. The collision of the two emperors caused everything in this part of the world to tremble. At this time, the half-emperor expert from the Blackwater sect said to the people behind him, "Quickly go and capture those two brats. I feel that there are still people in the poisonous gas barrier. Go and kill them." Behind the half-emperor, for celestial venerables stood out, 1 woman and 3 men. 2 were mid-level and 2 were low-level. They responded and immediately flew toward the prodigal and Xianxia. Xianxia knew that he was too weak and shouted to the prodigal, "Zizai, run." After saying that, he dived into the poisonous gas again, hoping to use it to escape. However, the prodigal was not the kind of person who would run without fighting. He raised his battle intent to the highest, roared, and charged toward those people. Although the prodigal was at the mid-stage of the 6th order, with his powerful strength, it was not a problem for him to deal with high-level celestial venerables. He was not afraid of fighting 1 against 3. One of the low-level celestial venerables chased after Xianxia. The low-level celestial venerables said in a sinister voice, "You want to escape in our territory? It won't be that easy." After saying that, he stretched out his black old hands. Clouds of poisonous gas surged and bombarded towards Xianxia. Xianxia's face was filled with shock as he muttered, "Escape from me." As soon as his voice fell, he disappeared from where he stood. The low-level celestial venerables suddenly lost his target and was stunned. "How can I let you escape from under my nose?" The low-level celestial venerables said and immediately flew forward. Not long later, he saw a young man and woman in front of him. The low-level celestial venerables looked at the meditating Feng Xianyun with a lecherous expression and said, "What a pretty little girl." At this time, Xianxia appeared beside Ling Xiao and said, "Young master, a large number of experts from the Guishui sect are in front. The savage leopard is fighting with the Xian emperor. The situation is not good." Ling Xiao nodded at Xianxia and said, "I understand. You stay here and protect Yin. I'll go meet them. You have to be careful. They have a lot of poison masters." Xianxia reminded, "And I understand." Ling Xiao nodded and walked towards the low-level celestial venerables. A mere low-level Earth Emperor has such big words. Wait for this old man to kill you first. The low-level celestial venerables snorted coldly and grabbed with his hand. A ball of poisonous gas gathered in his hand, and then he ruthlessly smashed it towards Ling Xiao. "Are celestial venerables very strong?" Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent as he muttered to himself. He raised his wind attribute to the extreme and dodged the poisonous gas. A strange long sword appeared in his hand. Swish! The long sword was traceless, and the sword radiance was limitless. The low-level celestial venerables didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so fast. He actually appeared beside him in an instant. His reaction was fast enough, and a low-level spiritual artifact appeared in his hand to block in front of him. Unfortunately, the gap between a low-level spiritual artifact and a high-level spiritual artifact was too big. The low-level spiritual artifact was immediately broken when the two came into contact. The ice and fire sword continued to slash towards the chest of the low-level celestial venerables. The low-level celestial venerables was also impressive and immediately retreated. "Stop!" Ling Xiao's voice was like a great bell, and his tongue was like thunder as he roared. The low-level celestial venerables only felt a pain in his eardrums, and his movements became sluggish. The sword radiance flashed, and blood immediately appeared. The low-level heavenly venerate stood rooted to the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness as he stared at his cracked chest. Ling Xiao ignored him and rushed forward. A large pool of blood appeared on the chest of the low-level celestial venerables as he fell heavily backwards. Even in his death, he didn't understand how he died at the hands of a low-level Earth Emperor. One had to know that there was a difference of 3 minor levels and 1 major level between them. Normally, when facing an opponent of this level, it would be as easy as crushing an ant for him to kill them. But now, he had died under the sword of such an opponent. It was truly an indescribable sorrow. When Ling Xiao rushed to the front, the savage leopard and the Yin ghost, the magic armored leopard and the black ghost wolf had already fought in the sky. The battle was quite intense, and from time to time, waves of terrifying energy fluctuations would spread out, causing the wind and clouds in the sky to churn endlessly. And the prodigal boy in front of him was fighting 1 against 3 and actually had the upper hand. It was just that there were a few more wounds on his body, and it could be seen that he was also fighting quite fiercely. Why did another brat appear? The half-emperor powerhouse said in surprise when he saw Ling Xiao. Then, he revealed a look of disbelief and said, "Zhao Gang's aura actually disappeared. What's going on?" "Great Elder, let me take his head." A middle-aged high-level Earth Emperor walked to the half-emperor powerhouse and knelt on one knee as he asked for the task. Quickly behead him." The half-emperor powerhouse replied indifferently. Facing the approaching high-level Earth Emperor, Ling Xiao didn't put him in his eyes at all. The mental strength in his sea of consciousness divided into 3, and the invisible mental strength blasted towards the 3 celestial venerables who were fighting with the prodigal boy. Ling Xiao didn't intend to kill them instantly, as that would be too wasteful. He just wanted to disturb their sea of consciousness so that the prodigal boy could kill them in one fell swoop. Sure enough, after the 3 celestial venerables' sea of consciousness were bombarded by the sharp mental blades, their movements stopped. The prodigal boy, of course, knew that his boss had made a move. He immediately seized the opportunity and blasted the heads of the 3 people. Chapter 578. The sudden death of the three heavenly masters shocked the people of the Guishui sect. They seemed to be evenly matched just now, so how could they be killed so suddenly? They couldn't help but wonder, could it be that this young man was hiding his strength? The half-step Emperor expert narrowed his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his old eyes as he shouted, "Where is Mo Gang? Mo Gang is here." A high-level heavenly master walked out from behind and answered, "Capture him for me. I want to use him to refine the poison man." The half-step Emperor expert grinned and said sinisterly, "Yes." The high-level heavenly venerate responded and immediately flew towards the prodigal. At the same time, he started to deduce the small universe. On the other side, the high-level earthly emperor who was sent out was very annoyed by Ling Zhao's disregard. "How dare you ignore me? See how I deal with you." After saying that, the high-level earthly emperor struck out two palms, and two huge golden palm shadows smashed towards Ling Zhao. However, the high-level earthly emperor and the low-level heavenly master both made a fatal mistake. They overestimated themselves and underestimated their opponents, so there was only one outcome for them. The huge palms he struck out blasted a huge pit where Ling Zhao was. Just as he was about to sneer in victory, he heard a warning behind him. "Be careful behind you." However, the warning was too late. Before the high-level earthly emperor could get away, he felt a chill on his neck, and his head was immediately separated from his body. The half-step emperor expert cursed, "What a waste." At the same time, he waved his hand lightly, and several earthly emperors surrounded Ling Zhao at the same time. These earthly emperors locked onto Ling Zhao, making it difficult for him to escape from their attack range. At the same time, they launched powerful elemental attacks at Ling Zhao. Rumble. Waves of powerful elemental energy drowned Ling Zhao. Roar. Amidst the waves of energy attacks, a bestial roar rang out. The Golden Wolf King instantly rushed out, smashing away the energy attacks, and directly pounced towards the earthly emperors with its powerful body. The earthly emperors panicked and immediately retreated. However, how could they be faster than the Golden Wolf King that was already at the middle stage of the 6th level? In an instant, several earthly sovereign realm experts died under the claws of the wolf. Only one peak earthly sovereign realm expert was lucky enough to escape. Bastard. Attack. Kill both of these little bastards. The quasi-emperor realm expert shouted in anger and humiliation. He had ordered his subordinates to go out and fight, but they were repeatedly killed by the other party. This really made him feel very angry. Instantly, the experts from the Blackwater sect swarmed forward. They split into two groups, one attacking Ling Zhao, the other attacking the prodigal. Just in time, Ling Zhao showed a cold smile as the space ring in his hand flashed slightly. Roar! A huge figure soared into the sky, and an earth-shattering roar shook thousands of miles away. The powerful sound wave caused the sky to tremble, trees collapsed, swamps splashed everywhere, and the earthly sovereigns and heavenly venerables of the Blackwater sect were all injured or killed. Many of the weaker earthly sovereigns died on the spot, and most of them were knocked unconscious. Not many of those celestial sovereigns could withstand it. Their eardrums were shattered, and blood overflowed from their facial orifices, making them look very terrifying. The quasi-emperor realm expert was also not in a good condition. He was shaken several steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the giant figure in horror and exclaimed, It's the holy beast flood dragon, and it also has the magical ability of the dragon's tenbin." In midair, the Yin ghost, who was fighting to the death with the cruel leopard, was also shocked by the sound wave. He forced the cruel leopard away and looked down. His old eyes revealed a look of horror. There's still a 7th-rank spirit beast. This is bad. In this moment of distraction, the cruel leopard's great world blood prison instantly destroyed more than half of the Yin ghost's great world energy. The Yin ghost hurriedly came back to his senses and continued to fight with the cruel leopard, but he took the opportunity to shout, "Choyu, quickly used the blood sacrifice to summon Lord Ghost Hunger. The cruel leopard's eyelids twitched slightly, and then he shouted, "Today, even if the Heavenly King comes, he won't be able to save you." After saying that, the attacks became even more intense and fierce, forcing the Yin Ghost to retreat step by step. The Quasi-Emperor Realm expert below had everyone summon many 6th-rank spirit beasts to fight the Blue Flood Dragon. There was a huge gap between the 6th rank and the 7th rank, but dozens of 6th-rank spirit beasts were able to barely hold the Blue Flood Dragon back. However, if this continued, these 6th-rank spirit beasts will be taken care of by the Blue Flood Dragon sooner or later. After all, the Flood Dragon was a high-grade spirit beast that specialized in attack. Its combat strength was astonishing, and with the help of the Tenbin magical ability, it was almost invincible in the same rank. Summon Lord Ghost Hunger. The Quasi-Emperor Realm expert called Choyu shivered, and his face revealed a look of panic. It was obvious that he had an indescribable fear towards this Lord Ghost Hunger. No, I definitely can't summon Lord Ghost Hunger. As long as I kill that brat, that Flood Dragon will also die. Choyu refused to summon that Lord Ghost Hunger. He believed that as long as he killed Ling Xiao, the Flood Dragon would definitely be drawn to its death. Choyu's gaze fell on Ling Xiao, who was in the middle of a massacre. Ling Xiao carried the might of the Tenbin dragon roar that the Blue Flood Dragon had just let out. He brandished the ice and fire sword and passed through the injured experts of the Moat Water sect, killing them one by one. At the same time, he searched for the whereabouts of the Yin He. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any trace of Yin He, nor did he see Yun Mingqi. At this time, a Peak Empyrean wearing a cloak stood in front of Ling Xiao and said, "Brat, you dare to attack my Moat Water sect with this kind of strength. Wait for me to capture you and refine you into a poison man." With that, his figure pounced towards Ling Xiao like an eagle, and a small world locked onto Ling Xiao. This person was clearly a powerful poison master. The small world he had deduced was actually a world of poison. Poisonous insects and poisonous gas constantly revolved around it. Even an ordinary Empyrean would be corroded to death if they were to come into contact with it. What can a mere poison do to me? Ling Xiao coldly snorted, and an intense blue flame rose from his hand. Sizzle. The moment the poison world that the poison master had deduced came into contact with the heavenly fire, it was immediately burned to the point that it emitted an ear-piercing sound. Those poisonous creatures quickly dissipated as if they had seen a ghost. The poison master cried out as if he had seen a ghost. Earth. Earth fire? No, this is heavenly fire, otherwise how could it burn my world? A pair of sparkling and translucent wind boots appeared on Ling Xiao's feet, and he once again displayed his ghostly speed. The ice and fire sword in his hand slashed out, and blue fire dragons shot towards the poison master. The energy of these fire dragons was nothing in the eyes of the poison master, but this place was mixed with heavenly fire. What the poison master feared the most was heavenly fire, because heavenly fire was their nemesis. It could burn any poison they used into ashes. Eighth brother, sixth brother, quickly come and help me. This brat has heavenly fire. The poison master ran as he called out to his companions. On the other side, the two poison masters looked at each other and immediately used their strongest moves to attack Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered, "I was just waiting for you guys to come." The spiritual energy in Ling Xiao's knowledge surged once more, and it split into three, blasting towards the three poison masters. The knowledge seas of Peak Empyreans had already become incomparably sturdy, but Ling Xiao's spiritual energy was no longer the same as before, and it still caused their knowledge seas to ache. Ling Xiao took this opportunity to throw out the ice and fire sword, using his mind to control it to slash at the three poison masters. "Brat, don't get away with it." Choyu, who had been paying attention to Ling Xiao for a long time, finally made his move. He actually chose to launch a sneak attack and a powerful energy quietly slapped towards Ling Xiao's back. Ling Xiao didn't even have time to react before he felt a powerful blow on his back. His entire body flew out like a kite with its string cut, and he spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Enough of your arrogance. Wait for this emperor to destroy you. Yu crossed 100 meters in one step and arrived in front of Ling Xiao. His other withered old hand grabbed towards Ling Xiao. He felt that this low-level Earth Emperor would be seriously injured even if he didn't die after taking a blow with his 7th-level spiritual energy, so he wasn't afraid of what Ling Xiao could do. Unexpectedly, just as he grabbed Ling Xiao slid forward like a loach. "Where would my face be if I let you escape from this emperor's hands?" Yu said indifferently, and a giant black palm slapped towards Ling Xiao again. Although Ling Xiao was wearing the wind boots and had the wind attribute, he was seriously injured just now, and his speed was greatly affected. Now, he was smashed to the ground again. "Boss!" The prodigal was also surrounded by several people, but when he saw that Ling Xiao was injured, he immediately blasted out a path of blood and flew towards Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, he was also surrounded by several high-level heavenly venerables. How could he escape so easily? On the other side, the Golden Wolf King was also entangled by several people and spirit beasts, and it couldn't do anything. The Blue Flood Dragon was still fighting in midair, and 6th-grade spirit beasts kept falling from the sky. Large amounts of beast blood splattered across the sky. The difference in strength is too big. Ling Xiao wasn't dead yet, but his injuries were much more serious, and he was in great pain. Yu sensed Ling Xiao's aura, and he said in surprise, "He's actually not dead yet. This kid is wearing an armor-grade defensive armor, right?" Just as he was about to attack Ling Xiao again, Ling Xiao endured the pain, turned around, and threw something at him. Yu's eyelids twitched, and his pupils shrank. "It's a heavenly lightning seed." Rumble. That item was the 6th-grade heavenly lightning seed that Ling Xiao had obtained from the Heavy Sword sect. Its explosive power was comparable to the self-destruction of a heavenly venerable. "I hope it can injure that old guy a little." Ling Xiao watched as the heavenly lightning seed smashed into Yu, who was very close to him, and felt that even if it couldn't kill him, it shouldn't be a problem to injure him, right? After all, Ling Xiao had witnessed the power of the heavenly lightning seed. After the smoke and clouds dissipated, Yu still stood motionless in his original position, but his body seemed to be in a sorry state. However, looking at his angry expression, Ling Xiao knew that the heavenly lightning seed hadn't caused much damage to him. "Brat, you actually injured me. I will definitely eat you alive." Yu was furious. He roared loudly, and his entire body pounced towards Ling Xiao like a wild beast. It was obvious that he really wanted to eat Ling Xiao alive. Chapter 579. Just as Yu was about to reach Ling Xiao, 2 more heavenly lightning seeds appeared in Ling Xiao's hands, and he threw them both at Yu. At the same time, he also took the opportunity to retreat far away. Yu was already prepared, and with a wave of his hand, a ball of energy swept them to the side. The 2 heavenly lightning seeds landed not far away, and a large swamp was sent flying. Yu was filled with killing intent as he said, "Let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeves. Bring them on." In just 2 steps, he was about to catch up to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao endured the pain, and blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. He gathered his spiritual power and was ready to attack. "Don't worry, my tricks will definitely finish you off." Whoosh! His spiritual power unleashed an extremely powerful attack, blasting towards Yu. Yu only felt a bad omen, and then he stopped in his tracks. Suddenly, a powerful wave of spiritual power blasted into his sea of consciousness. "He die for me." Ling Xiao let out a proud smile, and the ice and fire sword in his hand slashed out a powerful sword ray toward Yu. Unexpectedly, his spiritual power which had always been effective, seemed to have lost its effectiveness this time. The sword ray that Ling Xiao slashed out was blocked by Chou with a single hand and immediately turned into nothingness. Ling Xiao was shocked, and he prepared to immediately retreat. Chou let out a sinister voice. "You brat, you really do know how to use spiritual power to attack. If this emperor hadn't been prepared, you really would have succeeded. Now die for me." With that, Chou blasted out 10% of his power, intending to kill Ling Xiao in a single blow. Because he knew that if this continued, when the blue water dragon came over, they would all be finished. "Looks like I can only summon the Earth Flame Tiger." Ling Xiao looked at the energy that was already nearing him. He no longer had the ability to block it, and he was already prepared to summon the Earth Flame Tiger. However, at this critical moment, a powerful greenish-black energy rushed out from the side, deflecting the energy that Chou had blasted out to the other side. "Who dares spoil my plans?" Chou shouted. A beautiful silhouette flew over from afar. Her body was covered with a light veil, and her figure was graceful. Her temperament was noble and elegant. Coupled with her beautiful face that could cause the downfall of nations, everyone was stunned. "You dare to hurt my husband? I'll take your life." The newcomer was Feng Xianyun, who had just broken through to Sky Venerable level. Now that her strength had improved greatly, her aura was no longer the same as before. She wielded the mother-child swords and danced with them. Green light shone brightly, and the sword Qi formed the shape of a powerful goo insect, roaring towards Saroyu. A newly ascended Emperor dares to be impudent. Chou had been suppressing his anger for a long time. He snorted coldly and met Feng Xianyun's powerful attack with one hand, tearing apart the energy of the attack. Then, he leapt towards her, his palm grabbing towards Feng Xianyun's chest. It seemed that this old fellow also wanted to take the opportunity to fish for Ping Yi. Feng Xianyun was still fearless. She let out a shout and began to deduce her mini-square world. Feng Xianyun's small square world was extraordinary. Her world was filled with ferocious and frightening goo insects. It was as if this was the goo insect world. These goo insects were much more frightening and powerful than ordinary goo insects. Every one of them was a goo insect king in the real world. They were the kings of millions of goo insects. Among them, there was even a goo insect emperor. It sat in the center and commanded the goo insects to devour their surroundings. This is the goo insect emperor's realm. How can there be such a legendary world? This is impossible. Chou could tell the origin of Feng Xianyun's small square world at a glance. Moreover, his expression seemed especially shocked. A Emperor would comprehend his own Tao, his own world. He would then evolve it into his own strongest offensive or defensive power. In this world, he would be able to raise any state of his body to the highest level. It was the same for a mystic Tharch tier martial artist. It was just that after reaching the Tharch tier, the power of the world would gradually become complete, and its power would become even more terrifying. However, regardless of whether it was a small square world or a big square world, its offensive power would vary from person to person. The 9 elemental attribute worlds were all different. Everyone was different, and the Tao that they comprehended was also different. Hence, these world powers of the same level were also divided into strong and weak ones. There was a fundamental difference between them. This kind of world powers could also be divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. Level 3 was the weakest type and also the most ordinary type. Whether it was in terms of offensive or defensive power, it was the same. Level 6 was the middle to upper level of world powers. Those who could comprehend world powers of this level belonged to the more outstanding martial artists in Tenbin. Their battle power was also quite powerful among those of the same level. As for those who reached level 9, they belonged to the rare and terrifying level of existence. This level of world powers had an absolute advantage in all aspects. They could even suppress the previous 2 levels of world powers. They were considered invincible among those of the same level. Savage Leopard's blood prison demonic world had reached the upper level of level 6. Apart from its terrifying attack power, it also had a kind of feeling that could cause fear in people's hearts, causing the opponent to collapse without even fighting. As for the little ghost world that Yin comprehended, it only belonged to the upper level of level 3. Naturally, it could not be compared to Savage Leopard's blood prison demonic world. His ending was already foreseeable. As for Feng Xinyan's current small square world, it had reached the world power of a level 9 supreme existence. It belonged to the kind of invincible existence among those of the same level. It even had the ability to fight above its level, because what she comprehended was the Goo Insect Emperor's world. It was the most terrifying existence among the Goo Insect world. It could command countless Goo insects for its own use. It was countless times more terrifying than the ordinary Goo insect world. Moreover, it was the Emperor of Poison. All the poison worlds could not cause it to have any effect. This was also why Chou, who was a poison master, was surprised. He had some understanding of the worlds that poison masters had evolved in the past. This Goo Insect Emperor's world had also been born before. He also learned about it from some ancient books. That was why he was so afraid. Fortunately, her strength is still weak. Otherwise, it would be big trouble. I have to kill her now or subdue her. She will be a great help in the future. Chou had a different idea in his heart. He deduced that his 100-poison centipede world could suppress Feng Xinyan's Goo Insect Emperor's world with its powerful energy. At the same time, his hands transformed into countless ghost claws and grabbed towards Feng Xinyan. Feng Xinyan gradually showed signs of not being able to hold on. The opponent was much stronger than her. It was not something that she could fight against right now. At this time, the Yin in the sky had already been bombarded by Savage Leopard. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. The Devil Armor Leopard and the Black Ghost Wolf were equally matched. They were both combat-type spirit beasts. Once the battle started, it was either you die or I die. Spirit beasts rarely used elemental attacks in a battle. They used their bodies to collide, and it was a bloody, hardy battle. The Blue Flood Dragon gradually killed many rank 6 spirit beasts. Only 5 or 6 peak rank 6 spirit beasts were bitterly entangled. They should not be able to hold on for more than a quarter of an hour. Although the Blue Flood Dragon had the upper hand, there were many wounds on its body. This proved that it had paid a great price to obtain victory. The rank 6 middle stage Golden Wolf King was in a much more miserable state. Although it had the Tenbin divine ability of its third eye and killed many people and spirit beasts, it was already covered in blood from the attacks of many venerable rank and spirit beasts. It looked like it could not hold on for much longer. The prodigal boy was not much better, but his battle record was several times better than the Golden Wolf King's. After all, the opponent's Poison Master had already summoned many Earth Emperor and Sky Venerable rank poison puppets to besiege him. He killed until his hands were weak. There were many times when he almost couldn't help but transform into his original form to fight. However, before he left the desolate mountain range, his grandfathers had warned him not to transform into his original form unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it would attract countless troubles, so he still endured. Returning to Ling Zhao's body, he did not summon the Earth Flaming Tiger while Feng Xinyan was entangled with Chou. The more difficult the situation, the more he wanted to prove his abilities. He did not want to reveal all his trump cards unless he had no other choice. Right now, he was gathering his energy, preparing to unleash his strongest attack on Chou. He did not understand why his mental energy was ineffective against Chou, but he did not have the time to think about it now. With him as the center, 5 different attributed spirit energies quickly gathered. These attributed spirit energies formed a powerful ball of air that spiraled above Ling Xiao, forming a 5-colored ball of energy. Ling Xiao slowly raised a finger. This finger looked like a normal person's finger. There was nothing special about it. However, looking at this finger now, it gave off a feeling of toughness and vigor like a stone pillar. It was as if it was no longer a finger, but a pillar that could support the heavens. The 5 colored spirit energies continuously gathered on his finger. A ball of energy the size of a human head gradually formed on his finger. This ball of energy did not look big, but the energy it contained was frightening. Hiding in the dark, Xianxia watched Ling Xiao gather his energy and thought to himself, what a terrifying energy. It feels like all the spirit energy in this world has been gathered by him. If it were to hit me, I would probably be turned into ashes. Many people felt the change in the spirit energy between heaven and earth, but they were all in the middle of a fierce battle, so no one went to investigate. However, Yu, who was about to achieve a complete victory, could clearly feel this energy. What a terrifying energy! Yu sighed softly. She fixed her gaze on Ling Xiao, and her eyes instantly narrowed. Yin Air, get out of the way! Ling Xiao had already noticed that Yu had discovered that he was gathering his energy. He immediately yelled at the injured Feng Xianyun and pointed his finger at Yu. Xiao! A terrifying energy shot towards Yu. Yu looked at the incoming energy, and her expression became incomparably shocked. No! Boom! The powerful energy blasted everything within a few hundred meters of Yu into dust. A huge ravine appeared in front of everyone. Most of the people stopped fighting. They looked at the ravine that was several hundred meters long in shock. Their eyes revealed incomparable fear. Was this terrifying destructive power really caused by a low-level Earth sovereign realm cultivator? Even a mystic Thearch's attack could not compare to this, right? You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.